Always something. Test. Testing something. One, two. Welcome to this evening's Mars Anomalies and Beyond podcast. What's going on, everyone? What's happening? Oh, goody. What was I doing here? Oh, let me take a look. Oh, there I am. We're here. Oh, I just put my head right over this dish. I got a fatter head than the dish does. Imagine that. What's going on, everyone? Good evening to everyone around the world. Good to have you in there, as always. Everybody's just jumping in there, so we're just probably like me, probably got a slow start right now, trying to get everything together. And oh yeah, not to mention I just had about a 2-hour phone call from my brother, just kicking it back and forth, and because we don't talk all the time, so it's good to be able to get in there and talk with him for a while. Of course, I don't have much of a voice left, but you know how that goes. Ah. Delicious. Brian Norton, yo, what's up? What's going on? Ricardo Petrozzi, what's going on there, my good friend? Good to have you in there. Heathen of San Diego, what's going on? Good to have you in there. Pete Ferrero, he's in there. He says, hi, hey, everybody. Third Eye Open, what's happening? Good to see you in there. Alan Snyder's in there. He says, hello. Hello there, Alan. Good to have you in there. Renee V, what's happening? Richie P, he says, hello, all. Phil C, what's going on, Phil? Good to have you in there as always, too. Ricardo said 5x5. All right, as long as we get this thing going. Kind of like this thing, this mixer and everything else. Pretty sweet. Always got to have a new toy. You know how that works. But because it's for the podcast, so it's good to have it. Sound a little better than typically before. Have some fun with it. Phil says, can hear you, Chris. All right. Oh, I appreciate it, Ricardo, as always. You know that. He said I've sent a wake-up call to the Discord members. All right. So what's going on? Everybody else doing all right? We had one of those replays from last weekend to this weekend where had rain on Friday, high winds on Saturday, I'm sorry, and, power outages everywhere, you name it, at work, and that was a lot of fun. It's a long day. Because what I do, if when you're in the store, and of course power goes out and everything else, you have to cover everything, frozen, anything to do with make sure everything's locked down and everything stays cool and frozen. It's always fun, and not to mention everything goes haywire in the front, so you got to turn into technical support, and everything from registers to whatever else goes bad. So it was an eventful day Saturday. Yeah. I don't know what it is. It's like the last couple of weekends it's been like that. And it seems like the weather just getting worse. Yeah, and it's just unreal. But it is that time of year. Like I said, Mother Nature goes bipolar on us because we're going from winter to spring. And, it's the same thing when it goes from fall to winter. You know what I mean? Always good times. Well, that's sweet. What's going on? It's been a while since I've seen you in there. Unless you snuck in last week, but it's been a while. Glenn Judd's in there. It says, happy Sunday. What's happening? Good to see you there. I hope everything's going well over in Washington. Ricardo's doing good. Sweet. Let's see. Richie P says, nudge that thumbs up button. Hammer time. Mark Wells, what's happening? You said, hi, respect from Durham, UK. Good to have you in there from the UK, Mark. Hope you're doing well. Man. Pete says, sunny and cold in Buffalo, 35 degrees, 70 on Wednesday. It's like here, we're supposed to pick up, tomorrow's supposed to be 72. Then it's supposed to go to, I think, 75, 80, 80. And then I think Friday's supposed to drop back off again. We know why, because it's the weekend. You folks ever notice that when it's like during the week while you're working, it's like, it's beautiful out, it's nice. Go to the weekend, you go, man, got some time off on the weekend, and it rains, it snows, it shits, it does whatever else. And you're just going, oh, fantastic. And it's got to happen on the weekend. So I'd rather have it raining and crappy during the week while I'm in work, because don't care. On the weekend, I'd rather have that nicer. But it's like Mother Nature goes, no, we can't have you enjoy that. Come on now. We can't have you doing that. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Oliver Klein, good afternoon, or wherever you're at. Good to see you in there. Alan Snyder here in the Eastern Panhandle. Okay, well, hold on. Let me make this bigger. I always have the screen smaller. Well, it's by default, it's always small. You know that. Anyway, it says, I got rid of it. MG Toes in there. What's going on? Howdy. Good to see you in there. How many people out there know what coffee milk is? I'm just curious. I asked the people down here in WV, and they go, well, of course we know what coffee milk is. You know, you get your coffee, whether it's Lodge Light, whatever it is, and you add some coffee to it. I said, nope. Wrong answer. Robert Nielsen, what's going on? It's an evening, Chris. Good evening to you there, Robert. Good to see you in there. Fahim Khan, what's happening? Good to see you in there. I love it when I was, like I said, I was on the phone with my brother. I don't know if you folks get like that, but when I talk for a lot, it starts drying out the throat and getting itchy. Love that. Yeah, Alan was just talking about that. He said here in Eastern Panhandle, wind was crazy last night. Power out for a while. Yeah, it's been like that all over here lately. Last couple of Saturdays, it's been like that. It's been really crazy. During the week, like I said, it's fine. And then weekend comes and Mother Nature just goes berserk. So, but I'm not going to complain. The people that were down south and in different areas, my heart goes out to those people because this is just minuscule compared to what these people have been through. Ron Sykes, he said 0 degrees, 2 feet of snow, northern Alberta, Canada. That's a stark contrast from what we're going through, yeah. So I hope you're doing well up there, though. I don't know if that's in the norm for you, but, you know, for us, it's that, like I said, it's that transitional going from season to season, so you'll get that. But lately, it's just been crazy. Pete, you said I see stream from a black hole has changed and is heading for us. More solar changes. Yeah, the changes. It's been going crazy here with the sun too. You know, CMEs and everything else. Thankfully, our magnetosphere is still up there pretty good. Our magnetic, field around Earth. It's been good, although it is weakening. But if it was completely weakened, let's say throw a number 40% instead of 100%, then real, I wouldn't say strong CME would still, have an effect on it, so that's not good. So, we'll see what happens if it continues to weaken. That won't be good. Brian Norton, he said ice coffee, Chris. Nope. Coffee milk. It's it tastes just like coffee. The only difference is it's not. It's kind of like your Hershey's chocolate mix you put in milk. It's the same thing, only in coffee. And the only place you can find is Autocrat. It's from the company Autocrat, and it's the New England, or at least Rhode Island's, drink. Of course, it does say Coors on the cup, but clearly you know that's not Coors. But it looks just like light coffee. But delicious. we told a couple of people about it down here. They said, I've never heard of that. They bought it. They said, man, family loves it. They can't get enough. Yeah, Drew Bob, you said coffee syrup is a thing I didn't know existed. Yeah, absolutely. Really, really good. If you like coffee at all, like a light coffee, this is right up your alley. You'd love it. Renee V said, I'm now having the coffee last cup and then caffeine free. Not to drink, but better for my night's sleep. Well, yeah, absolutely. Last thing you want to do is be drinking caffeine before you hit the sheets, right? Because then you'd be doing this. Flopping and everything else. It is Third Eye Open. Yeah, he said, sounds yummy. Absolutely. It's, like I said, I've always loved it. And because I moved out of state, obviously you can't get it local. So I had to, just order it. You get a gallon of, I think it's, I remember exactly what it was. I don't know if it was $38 or $48, but keep something in mind. People go, damn, but you're only putting like this much in the bottom of a cup. So a gallon lasts you a long, long time. Unless, of course, you got 17 kids in the house and, you'll be doing that monthly. But, yeah, definitely good. Argo Tanza, he said, afternoon, Chris. Did you find those scientific graphs I sent you? I think they are Berkeley and Sandia Labs. I don't remember. Hold on. Was that, now I'm trying to remember, did you send that through, because I'm going to be truthful with you, I did not. Now, did you say you sent that through the Facebook one or through email? I honestly didn't have enough time to do it. This week's been absolutely berserk. And like I said, with another store opening here, the owner of the one I'm working at, we've been working over there this week, at least most of the week. It was up until Wednesday. And then then it was just a normal day at the other store. But kind of busy there. And then, like I said, yesterday was because of the weather, the wind and everything else, and knocking electricity out and playing all kinds of havoc. Robert, you said Nescafe, Bailey milk, and sugar. Yum, yum. I wonder if the quarterings rather, coffee brand sell coffee. I don't know. It's actually an alien drink. I forgot to tell you guys that. I bargained in with them. Yep. Did a little trade-off. Judge of Levels. The Judge of Levels. Good morning, my friend. Any thoughts on the lunar mining infrastructure and its possible connection to all of the recent uptick in sightings of anti-gravity propulsion? Truthfully, I think they've been mining it for a long time, and I think we have too, as far as the moon, with the helium-3 and anything else that they can find up there. And just recently, they just found more water on the moon as well. Now, as far as, the uptick and stuff like that on these sightings, what's weird is that the sad part about it is there's a lot of people who now have drones, right? Was it the DJ2s or whatever they are? They're like $700 you can buy them. People have been putting lights on them and stuff like that and flying them in the sky. And if you ever seen one actually, like a modified one, a good size one, not the DJ ones, but the bigger ones, them things fly. And I'm talking, they scream through the air. And, you see people, I seen one that was like the size, maybe half the size of some compact car. And, you can put lights on this thing and everything else. And what would it look like up in the sky? Now, I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying that it's easy to, have a whole bunch of trickery going on with these things nowadays, right? Not to mention CGI and anything else, right? So, kind of crazy when it comes to that. I don't know. I think it's been going on for a long time as far as the mining, and that because, again, and you've heard this on social media, you've heard this on the news, because now everybody basically has a camera in their pocket. So now you're seeing an uptick in more and more videos of these things. I'm still waiting to see an absolutely clear one, of something that maybe somebody's in a high-rise building or something like that, and they just happen to look out and they see this thing just kind of slowly going across the sky and get it perfect. But even then, people would say, well, it's CGI, right? So I think that's what they're doing. They're playing people against people. It's kind of like the idea of, when you look at Mars photos and the moon, you say, well, no, this is absolute proof. Here it is in the photo, which incidentally, folks, I do have another moon one coming up. I was trying to get that out today, but guess what? Like I said, my brother called. We chatted for a couple hours and kind of blew that away. But it'll be in the beginning of the week, so stay tuned for that. Another one is just really obvious. You look at it and go, that looks so darn fake, and the way it's been covered, you'll understand when I show it to you. But because now everybody's got cameras, we're all seeing this. But to me, if I don't see a clear photo, I'm not believing it. I'm not saying I'm completely dismissing it. I'm just saying that, listen, show me something clearer, like the Pentagon. To me, I'm not even phased in the least bit. And the reason for that is, if what we're seeing in these moon photos and the Mars, if they are absolutely true, meaning the photos are legit, and I believe that they are, because there's a whole lot of manipulation and, all kinds of, stuff that they're doing to these things. They're manipulating them and whatever they want to do to it. They're just taking the actual stuff out of the photos they don't want us to see. If these are true, then I don't need to know that there's UFOs anywhere, because I know that they're there, and I don't doubt it. Because you can bet if these civilizations are still alive anywhere, if they're under the moon's surface, if they're under or on Mars or whatever the case is, and they're still alive there, and they had capabilities of flying from planet to planet, then I don't doubt it. So when I see these people, oh my God, UFOs, I go, we've been looking at something much more fascinating lately than UFOs, although I agree that they're awesome to see. And how many people out here are just hoping to hell that they're real and not something here from Earth, meaning man-made? Because to me, I go, I love the idea of it. But again, never a crystal clear photo. It's always in some other, either, like I said, could be night vision, could be infrared, whatever it is. And we never see it in the daytime. We never see, and I mean good photos. Even with cameras today with a telescopic lens and everything else, these things are like crazy. You can literally look at the moon, and yet still we can't get a close-up picture in the daytime of some kind of craft. Even with the military, they got top-notch everything, and yet you see garbage photos. I don't know. Just doesn't make any sense. Josh D, I'm doing well. How are you? He said, hi, Chris. I'm late. How are you? I'm doing fine. And, you're not really late. Heck, I think I started like 5 past or something like that. So, yeah, welcome aboard as always. Brian, yeah, he said, true, Chris. A clear picture tells me my brain that it's fake. It would, but it wouldn't. In other words, if there was something, a landmark in the background, and I don't mean that could be automatically considered legit. However, if it was like size proportionate, pretty darn clear, you couldn't see anything like, how like they can tell it's been superimposed in the photo, CGI'd. You can usually tell something like that. And any really good photo, person that can analyze this thing would know right off the bat, whether it's fake or not. Then you go, okay, now I'm starting to believe that these things are actually legit. I don't doubt that there's not something around Earth or in our solar system or outside. So extra solar system, right? I have no doubt of that. But whether these are legit from outer space, different story. Now, I'm sure that there are some, and they're still keeping an eye on this planet. But you're like I am. You just need to see more solid evidence before you can make that leap, right? Pete Ferraro, I'm sorry. You said Jimmy Roberts really nitpicking the NASA pics of Mars, nothing getting past him. Well, and that's the thing. If you really get into these photos, nothing's going to get by you. And the idea is to, really, look into these photos, not at them. I always say that. Don't just look at the photo, look into it, because what's really there is crazy. And the average person, they just look, like I said before, they just look over, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, well, oh, wow, that's another photo. That's cool. And that's it. Look into the photo, dissect it. And that's the thing. Because, yeah, Jimmy's been, he's been hardcore on them. And for good reason. There's a lot of things in these photos that clearly, do you guys see the one he just done? I don't know if it was on one of the shorts they had on Facebook or whatever it was. but what look like hex bolts. You know, you can see them on the actual rover, and then you can see what looks like these things, like they're encrusted into rock, right? Now, whether they are 100% that, I don't know. But still interesting to say the least. Sometimes it's all about the smallest detail, not the largest sometimes. Sometimes it's the smallest. Marcel, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He said, hey, folks. Or hello, folks. What's going on? Good to see you in there. Cameron, hello to you as well. Good to have you in there. Eric Bauer's in there. What's going on? He said, hi, Chris. Hi, everyone. Hello, Eric. Glad to have you in there. Jean-Claude, what's going on? He said, Beyond Mystic. Oh, okay, what's going on? Good to have you in there. He said, Chris, would love to have you back on the show to share your latest work with our audience. Yeah, let me know. Just hit me up. Did you have one you just sent me not long ago? When I say not long ago, I mean, was it 3 weeks ago? Maybe a month ago? I went through it real quick. I was looking for something that was in there. I think I went over it real quickly, and I think I seen it. I just didn't think nothing of it, just passed right over it. But yeah, just leave me an email. Let me know what you want to do. And I can let you know whether it's going to be a good day or not, because it's been, like I said, I've been telling these folks here, it's been crazy with the work I've done at regular work, right? So, yeah. Fun stuff. But, yeah, hit me up. Brian, so many coffee questions and comments. Skidio drones are unreal. Well, I mean, again, you've seen these things, right, Ricardo? Even if you don't personally see one in person, some of these things are insane. Like I said, those racing drones and everything else. I mean, I can make anything zip through the sky. Does it mean it's an actual UFO? That's the difference, right? Kurt Urbanus, what's happening? Live long and prosper. Robert, you said Starbucks Battlestar Galactica coffee. Still good. Oh, yeah. Gotta love it. Alusta, what's happening? Say hello, everyone. Best regards. Good to have you in there. This thing jumped on me. Let me just go back down here. Samo, Goofonian Rockstar, what's happening? Good to have you in there. Alien Tenno's in there. I told you it jumped on me because I just barely scrolled of the wheel and thing takes off. I go back up and there's like a whole bunch of names. William Johnson's in there. What's going on, William? Good to have you in there. Dan Martin's in there. We need 4K. Okay, yeah, exactly. Kurt Urbana says we need 4K Pentagon photos. Minimum resolution accepted. Exactly. These folks have technology that's unreal, and yet we're getting trash. It's kind of like what's going on Mars. There's 4K capability cameras both on the helicopter, Ingenuity, and we've got Perseverance, also 4K, and it can take 4K pictures and video, and yet we get trash. I don't think they're trash when they start off. They're absolutely pristine photos. The problem with it is that once they work their magic and overlay and do whatever else they got to do to it, guess what it turns into? Trash. And that's the problem. Yeah, Ricardo, yeah. It's cool how he does that too, yeah. It's great how Jimmy puts Martian Missy in the size scale. Yeah, I mean, I'm still not a big fan of the scaling on some of these, because if they can mislead us on what's in these photos, why can't they mislead us on scale? You know what I mean? So, although I think he's pretty close and spot on with a lot of the sizes, he's going by what they're showing them. Like when you go into the notebook section part of that, where you can get all of these measurements, somewhat measurements, and then make the best judgment, make some measurements, and you're good to go. I don't think they're 100%, because if you're not gonna stop at just falsing, or I wouldn't say falsing, but manipulating these photos and just say, oh, by the way, size is all correct too. You know how you got to be a little dubious when it comes to that, you know? Alusa, he said, I have seen the 1978 film Capricorn 1 today, and after so many years, Stanley Kubrick appears in a brief scene that I have never seen until now. And listen, we talked about this before. How a lot of people say, "Oh, the moon, landings have been faked," and I go, "No, I don't believe that they have." However, I think what the public has seen was an actual movie, a made movie, because again, I don't. If we were to stop and just think common sense, they're sending people to the moon, our astronauts to the moon. So it's the biggest step for mankind, the most dangerous. Although they sent up other, spacecraft to go around the moon, orbit around it, make sure that it'd be safe, the rockets will work correctly. Then they put man on there like they're doing to everything that goes to Mars, right? So they're making sure that these rockets will be 100%. If a machine blows up, well, it's millions of dollars lost and not human life. Now, if you were to, let me just fix this real quick. Once you send man there, it's the most important thing since man has ever done. But hey, wait a minute. Let's do a couple rooster tails here with the electric rover, with the buggy. Wow, they're fooling around, having a good old time. Ho, 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 ho. They're laughing and joking in there, playing golf on the moon. Stop it. Stop. You know what I mean? I don't believe we don't even know if these astronauts that are in there are actually the astronauts that claim that were on each of these Apollo missions. We don't know that. This could have all been just people in there, and they're using a voiceover. We don't know that. So as far as the actual moon landings, I think they absolutely took place. And the reason why, like I said before, it's evident because you can see the manipulation and what they've done to these photos. Now, people will argue, well, how do you know that that's not still a set and that they used to cover up what's on the set? Great question. Or, as smart as these people were, why even have anything on the set that you have to cover up? Because you've seen it. If you've ever been to like Kennedy or any of these places where they have basically the landing, where the lander was, and like the Apollo 11, and you'd have the moon buggy and stuff like that. It looks so realistic. But you'd make sure there's nothing in the photo that would say, this is not the moon. So you'd absolutely be smart enough to do that. And you'd have it in a backdrop where you can actually put an actual backdrop that actually looks like moon and not look like it's been all... You'll see what I mean by the next video where, again, I'd be smart enough to make sure there's nothing on that set that I would have to cover up. Backdrop, not a big deal. You can do that with ease. And yet there's so many things that are hidden in these photos. That's what makes me believe they have been there. But what we saw, the public, that was trash. These people were on a recon mission, and they weren't going to show you what they really were up there for. Yeah, a little bit of dust, some rocks, core samples. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, okay. And so, again, you go back, and you go back, and you go back, what, 7 times? Come on. There's much more to it than that. I think so. And like we talked about many, many times, when these astronauts came back, they all looked like they, lost their family in a plane crash. So I don't believe for a moment that they were all faked. I think they were in fact true, but what the public saw was actual fake. And it was actually a movie production. That I agree on. Ricardo, flying machines of non-Earth origin. FM, we can put FM 10. There you go. Doesn't quite trip off the tongue, does it? Not a little bit of a tongue twister there, right? Yeah, for sure, says, hi, Chris. What's going on there? Yeah, for sure. YFS? Well, I don't know. Doesn't sound right either. Good to have you in there. Rick D, what's happening? Says, I love to know if you have been able to observe dome reflection of Artemis photos, evidence of something that's transparent. I have not seen that. However, I did a video on the Artemis where it's definitely been, manipulated and stuff like that. You can go on my page and just put it. You can actually see it. It wasn't that long ago we done that Artemis. I said I said something about the Artemis and I said fail. Because they definitely screwed them photos too when it was orbiting around the moon. You can check that out. The Judge of Love says, so great of you to take the time to chat with us. I appreciate it. No, not a big deal. The thing is, that's what we do here, So we all get in there on the weekend and we have a great time. And, whether it's exchanging information, Um, it's always on a learning curve. You're always learning something new, and I'm more than happy to learn something all the time. And and we just all just like I said, it's like a big round table of discussion, right? Yeah, Cameron said Mr. Friday Hangouts. I don't know if I'd go back to that right away because, again, we're still opening this other store, and I don't know what it's going to be like when it first opens up. In other words, it might be totally chaotic during the week. So I don't want to go promising something on a Friday unless, of course, I know it's going to work out all the time. Then I'll be completely down with that, do the Friday thing, Because obviously it's the start of the weekend as opposed to the end of it. Hold on. They just jumped on me again here. Alien Tenno, thank you. Appreciate this support as always. Censored Mars pics we have become comfortably numb. Absolutely. A lot of it's funny, when you mention that because the Mars pics were no different than the moon. You might say, what are you talking about? Well, again, they started this right from the word go as far as, centering these photos, whether it's washing out, a blurring, a purpose blurring, whatever it may be. They've been doing that right from the word go. In fact, we've been through photos, and I think you guys have done this too. Anybody who's been looking at these photos for years, you can go back to one you've looked at years ago, and now it's different. More washed out, whatever it may be. And you say to yourself, okay, so what changed? Because I had photos on my hard drive I've had for years. It's an external one. And I'll bring it up. I'll go, oh, let me just look at that photo. And then I'll look at one that's recent, meaning you can find on the internet now, and I'll go, why is it so washed out compared to the other one? I got much more detail than they have in those because they're going back over them. They've been going over them for years, and they're hoping that nobody has the originals because then if I show the one I had that was actually the original, and then you see a washed out one and you go, how did you get that? I'm looking for that particular link to that photo. I don't have it anymore. Or they don't have it because they've redone it. Or that is the actual link, but the photo is now updated and it's showing you a piece of trash photo as opposed to the more detailed one. So, yeah. Appreciate it there, Alien Tenno. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing, Ricardo. He said, nice reference to Chris's T-shirt. Oh, yeah. Gotta love it. Robert, you said, my thesis is still that the future tech that we back engineer has been around for ages. Maybe so powerful that we need systems to control it. Yeah, I can agree with that. Like I said, there's anything from, what's the range that we're talking about? Anywhere between 50 to 400 years, depending on who you talk to, that the military or the DOD is much more technologically advanced than the public will ever know about. So, and that doesn't surprise me at all. Because if you're constantly working on a concept thing, right? Let's say it's a different propulsion, and it fails. Well, we kind of got it going. Oh, it fails. Oh, kind of got it going again. Well, no, wait a minute. We perfected it at this point. This might have been going on for 20 years, 30 years. We don't know. So it started off as just an idea, like anything else, and then it became what it is today. So we don't know, what they're capable of and what they've, how much they've progressed in some of these propulsions, whether it's ion, plasma. We've heard how many stories of that. And like I said, a good friend of mine told me before, he said, and he works, like I said, for a company that works hand in hand with NASA. And I said, what do I look into? And I think I told you folks this story more than a couple of times. I said, is it plasma we should be looking at or ion? He said ion drive, not plasma. So they've been doing like small scale tests on the ISS. Now, it might be something they can hook up outside there and they can test this thing. I don't know. But this is coming from a guy, his laptop was both handprint and, eyes and stuff like that. Just you had to look into this thing, right? And it would look into your eyes, your retina or whatever. And basically an eye scan and hand scan just to get on the darn thing. So And he's not even working for NASA, but it's probably equally important, right? So, it's hard to tell what they've come up with and how far they are at this point. And I do believe it's quite a few years than what the public even knows about. Let me watch it. What's happening? Good to have you in there. Samo, you said AI is best left in the hands of science and not the military. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you look at it, right? They're using AI now, right? They're using it for a lot of things. In fact, they're using it on weather now, and I don't mean to modify. I'm talking about like predictions and stuff like that, where at least locally here, they're talking about how like some of the local stations, they got AI now doing this. They've been doing it for years, and they're predicting and stuff like that. And I think I've got an article too. It's talking about how NASA is now using AI. In fact, I think we were talking about this last time where they said something about they're going to use AI to trying to find more of, maybe signs of ancient life on Mars. I'm going, wow, they're still feeding this crap to the public. All you can do is look at the photos and you can tell there was something living on that planet. You don't even have to look for, some goofy little whatever it may be in the ground. You don't need to. Jumped again. Valerian the Mac 3, what's happening? Good to have you in there, man. Always good to see you. Oh, let me see. I don't know if it's D or Die Come. I guess it is. If I'm pronouncing it, butchering it, let me know. If there was nothing on Mars, then why there's so much brushwork in their pictures? Absolutely. I mean, you don't even have to be versed in any of this at all. You don't even have to have Photoshop. You could give a darn about it, right? The thing is, when you look at some of these photos, you can just see they're fake. What's over them. And like I said, just look carefully, and you can see where the parts of the AI, again, we're talking AI, has gone over these photos, and this piece is still sticking out of whatever these wannabe rocks are. There's like little white pieces sticking out, or you can see like through it. You should not have transparent rocks, I'm sorry, unless they're actual, like a crystal type thing, and they've just got brown on them. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. You can tell, what they've done is spot blurring, digitization, I'll get it right, I promise, over certain areas. Again, like I said, the blurring. You got the color. The color alone messes with people's eyes because what happens is they take it and they completely go over the whole photo, so nothing stands out. That's the whole key to it. When clearly there's much more there. I got one that they just recently had done. I think it's what the heck was it they were doing? I'll show you the page. But they're looking at different rocks and they're still trying to find maybe building blocks of life that possibly was there at one time. And yet you can go through these things and you can see stuff laying all over the ground like it's a complete junkyard. It's like, how is this possible that they can tell people one thing and you just look at the photo and see something totally different? It just doesn't make sense. But again, they're hoping that you're stupid and you're just not, wanting to really get into these photos. You're just looking, because and I've asked this question before. How much percent in any of the countries that us folks live in would you say actually analyzes these photos? Very little. 1%? Think about it. They don't care. If we were to debate whether these photos of the moon were real or not, they go, let them fight it out. Who gives a shit? That's the way they look at it. They don't care. They're going to go, who's going to come out and actually point the fingers and sue us for having fake photos? Who's going to do it? Or modified photos, if you will. Nobody. we'll say those. Somebody will say one thing, and the other guy will disagree with them. It's just a joke, So they don't care. This is the reason why people go, "Hey, did the Men in Black get you yet?" I went, "What for? They're using us as pawns." They don't care. They're just like, let them. If it does get out, let the people absorb it, and then they'll be desensitized, and not everybody will be in shock if they ever learn the truth. It's not just me doing it. How many other people are doing these videos or photos or whatever it may be? Doesn't matter. Now, some of them are fake, and you got to understand the difference between the two. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people doing these, bringing out what looks like artifacts that should not be, that are not natural and should not be on the moon or Mars, right? No Toes Knows. What's going on? Hello from Kent, Ohio. What's going on, neighbor? Good to see you in there. Well, Goat Heart's in there. What's going on there, Goat Heart? Good to have you in there. I haven't seen the latest one. You said I highly recommend, watching the latest Mars X3D video here on YouTube. It is insane. Transmission alert. Valerian. Russell Romig said, he said, I heard the Earth wobbles every 26 seconds. Thankfully, we can't feel it. I would be, yeah, you got that right. Imagine that, just constant, like, shaking you up. Like I said, I guess it's Dicome. I guess it is. Is there a way we can hijack the signal of the probe or the rover so we can copy the information as it comes in and cut them out of as a releaser? Unfortunately, you can't. It's almost like even the old technology. Remember the old cordless phones? Heck, I think I still got one in here. Like if you got the 6 gig phone, it literally would have a frequency jumping technology. A spread spectrum is what they called it. And it would constantly change. So even if you had a scanner that was capable of picking this thing up, you'd hear, like, instead of a conversation like you're hearing me talk, you'd hear, that's what you'd hear. Because it's constantly changing frequencies that you can't hear it. Now, the handshake between the handset and the base, there's no problem. But as far as hearing it, it's going to be highly encrypted. There's no way around that. And the only way you can do is the DSN, which is the Deep Space Network, with these 150-foot satellite dishes to pick it up. So even if, like I said, there was people that had done that back in the day, and I was telling this story about this where there was a guy that worked for NASA, and he was, working on the computing and stuff like that, and plus, anything to do with the rovers, and if there was a glitch, they would try to fix it. And I think it was a Spirit rover, they tried to figure out what was going on with it. It could not move one day, and that, they tried as they could, they couldn't get it to move, so they had to do a memory dump on this thing, and they did. Put the software back into it. Well, it started to move forward, but then the guy took the information and went through it, and he read everything in the memory dump to find out what's going on. Why did it glitch up? Why did it have an issue? And come to find out, there was actually information that it had an extra transceiver on board, so it was sending this signal back to the DSN, going back to like 3 computers, and what it would do is go to these 3 hard drives, and just 3 computers, and that was it. The rest of it was wherever else it went, just normal, information coming in. Well, the guy knew it, and he's like, "What's going on here? What's the deal here? Why is it doing that?" So he put like this software inside so it can read the stream constantly and know what was going on, but he had to be on the sneak about it, or else they would have found out about this being in the actual stream, and so he got away with it until one day he found out that they shut it down, or them computers, and he goes, "Oh my God, I'm going to get bagged. They're going to find it was there," and luckily he didn't. But he found out that the DOD was involved. He says, "Why is it that it's coming here? Why is it that the DOD is involved?" I think that's a no-brainer on this one. But the guy couldn't understand it. He's like, "What the hell?" And this is the guy that worked for NASA. It's crazy. It's bizarre. Alien Tenno, you said our solar system was and is full of life. I agree. I think there was life on this planet, every planet. And now some people, like I said, we've talked about this before as well, where we said, some people say, well, some planets are gaseous or the atmosphere would literally kill a human being. I agree. Totally agree. Unless you're in a dome, underground, and making your own atmospherics so you don't have that issue. You can turn, a carbon into oxygen. Depending on what the atmosphere is like, you can convert it, okay? So this is what they're trying to do on Mars. They've already done it on a small scale on a Perseverance rover. So knowing that they can do it now, they'll build a lot bigger model, and they can attach them to, any of these buildings that they plan to put on Mars or have built through 3D printing. At least that was the plan to begin with. I don't know if they're still going to be doing that. But the idea was to have robots go down there and build these things. So then when the astronauts got there, they had a place to go into. I think they already do. And that's the structures that are still left over on the planet, at least judging by the photos, like I said. So who knows, right? Samuel Gufonian Rockstars is on top of your game. Well done, Chris. Respect, bro. Good explanation. Well, even if we don't know the complete answer, right, you still have to try to put some logic into it. Now, am I correct? I don't know, because we're not there. In other words, if we're looking into the photos, how exactly are they, centering these? Well, we can tell by there's some kind of overlay, and there's AI at work here. I've said this before, when they had the Curiosity rover photos, if you were to go back just before Perseverance was launched, they started changing the way these photos looked. So it would have like this weird, you look at some of them now, they have this weird fuzz around them on these rocks. Prior to that, they did not. And I said, it seems like they're changing the software. And then, so when the Perseverance rover was now on Mars, they don't have to worry about changing the software after that. It's already done. Because think about this. If you went from the Curiosity rover, pictures look one way. All of a sudden, boom, Perseverance looks a different way. Well, whoa, wait a minute. But if we were to slowly, change over from Curiosity, slowly change over the way it looks, it'll just flow right into Perseverance. Interesting. So it makes sense to do that. If you were to do it abruptly, okay, this Curiosity looks like this, Perseverance looks like that. You go, what the hell? Why is there such an extreme difference? I noticed the difference as soon as they changed it. And people were saying, hey, do you think they're going to look better when, Perseverance is? Nope. Don't expect any change. Now, don't get me wrong. We've seen a lot of crazy things on there, and I got a couple of videos coming out, along with the moon one, that actually illustrates this. I mean, it's just crazy how much stuff is on these, the moon and on Mars, right? Nacho Libre, what's happening? He said, Chris, hi, brother. Good to see you. It's been a while. Yes, it has. Where you been? Good to have you in there. The question was, hold on. They just jumped on me. Has anyone been out to Devon Island to see if it's actually there or not? I assume you mean the NASA vehicles. Is that what you're getting at? If that's the question, yes, they are absolutely there. No question. And again, we've talked about this, I think, last week at the prior Hangout, where people are like, oh, I've seen it, man. It's on the internet. It's Devon Island. It's all fake. No. You are correct when you say it's on Devon Island. Absolutely. But it's not just Devon Island. They have these rovers and this equipment in different areas of the Earth, extremely hot, extremely cold, very rocky, smooth. They're doing this for a reason. They're testing these machines out to make sure when they're on Mars, they can actually do what they're supposed to do. Now, people say, well, couldn't they just do this in a building? Yeah, they could. I mean, because they've got test cells on there. They can do that. They've done that with, the rovers going over giant rocks and stuff like that, and the wheels and the suspension going up and over them. Sure, absolutely. They've got their own test yard, so they can do that. But it's a lot more different to put it in something extreme, like just take the thing, move it to an extreme area, and find out if it can function in the heat and in the cold. Like you can take it to a lot of deserts. You think desert, it's extremely hot. no doubt. But a lot of them get extremely cold at night. Hence the pendulum swing in temperatures like Mars has. There you go. They want to be able to see if the electronics, because they expand and contract with the temperature, unless, of course, it's like I said, SMCs, which is surface mount components, and they're epoxied in, they won't change that much. They'll be pretty much insulated from vibration, that kind of weather, and so on and so forth. Rick D, I'll call you Rick D. He said, that's some pretty good attention to detail. The Sol 107 to 109 has some excellent anomalies. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you're talking about Curiosity, you go to those early. Well, wait a minute. 107. Hell, that's still in its test stage, though. Right up, I forget exactly what Sol it is, but they start off really slow where it's doing its own, it's taking a look around, and it's doing a self-diagnostics and everything else, make sure it's on board and everything else. So if you're talking about, Rick, if you're talking about the Curiosity in Sol 107 to 109, I think it is, a lot of that they were still testing, but had a lot better detail. Look at those, and then go to almost the latest, well, I wouldn't say the latest ones because they're still putting out photos, but just before, you got to look at the time frame when Perseverance, landed on Mars, 2020, and then you have the Curiosity rover, when they started to overlap photos. So in other words, you got just near the end, just before the Perseverance got on Mars, you had this weird changeover from texture on the photos. The ones back then, they were pretty good. You could still see the actual blurring and stuff like that, but it was a lot better and looked a lot clearer and more natural than they do now. Now, a lot of them still look the same, but they're literally taking, and I'll show you this photo I got now. It's hard to even go through that one. I won't show it you now because it's one of the videos coming up. But what's really weird, it's like they take a whole layer and overlay it. It looks like compression artifacts. It's like they just put it right over the whole darn photo. So when you try to zoom in, everything breaks apart. And it's not natural because I can back way out of the photo and still see the compression artifacts. So, in other words, keep it at standard size, whatever they took it at, whether it's 400 by 600, whatever it was, 600 by 400, whatever it was, to something much larger. You can just look at it normal on the screen without zooming into it, and you can see artifacts. Wait a minute, come on. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible not to see that. I'm just saying some photos you just know you can just see where it's missed spots, where you can actually see detail, and right next to it and around it, it's completely blurred out or digitized out or some BS. It's been completely taken out. What's going on, Equalizer? He said, hello, one and all. Hope you are all well. I am. Hope you're doing well there, Equalizer. Good to have you in there as always. Mick, what's going on? Gustafsson. I want to say Gustafsson. What's going on? Good to see you in there as well. John P. Adventures, what's happening? Good to see you in there. Okay, Rick, I see what you're saying. He says that was the Thanksgiving weekend sit-in place where they told the Curiosity to park and take a very detailed collage. Okay, yeah. But there is actually, if I'm not mistaken, there is an actual panorama of that that they had taken. And you can look up panoramas from Curiosity, and I think it takes you to a page, and it'll show all that. It'll show like every panorama that they've taken, right? Including, I'm not sure if Spirit did it, but I know, I don't know. I think it was the Opportunity that had one, or several. I'm not so sure about the Spirit rover. But regardless, you can look that up. Just Google it, and it'll take you to the pages where they have them. And you can see some areas are pretty decent, and some of them complete trash. Like I said, you know as well as I do, they're going to take the best cameras possible known to man, and they'll be on board these things. They're not going to use some run-of-the-mill piece of trash camera that wouldn't take a good photo. Just doesn't make any sense. That's their eyes on this planet. So it's going to be the best optics you can possibly get on this thing. Equalizer, he said, like the stealth bomber leaks fuel from the wings when it's on the ground. Has to go in the air, conditioned building. It drips out like mad. Well, yeah, and it's exactly right. Well, what happens is a lot of these stealth bomber, a lot of these jets that are that fast, they all leak every fluid possible until it gets up in the air and you get friction going on and everything just expands and all the leaking stops. So which is pretty funky because they fuel up everything, put hydraulics, oil, whatever they need in these things, and then they're like leaking on the ground. But as soon as they take off, they're completely, there's no leaks at all. Exactly, Ricardo. Yep, exactly. Because there's multi areas they've been in, right? But your comment was there are whole areas of Antarctica that have ice-free and contain desert-like terrain reminiscent of Mars, and NASA has done testing there also, along with trying out artificial like habitat environments. Absolutely. And this is what I'm saying. So this is not a secret. People, like I said, they find it online and they go, "Oh my God, look at this!" And I've seen videos where they're going, "Look at this! It's not even. They're not even on Mars. Look at this! It's right there." Guys, stop! It's not even a secret. It's online. You're not hiding it. I mean, it's clearly they're not hiding it because you never see it on Google. Unless there was some worker that was disgruntled. Other than that, I don't see how they could do that. Well, why they would do that. Goat Squeezer, what's going on? Good to see you in there. I still remember watching the live feed of the first pictures of the 1990s Pathfinder coming back. It clearly showed some cog embedded in a rock. Then they scrubbed it out of and the uploaded photos or pictures. Listen, I don't know if, I don't know why they would do that, to be honest with you, unless they just want up close photos of whatever. Because obviously they can put a lander there, right? And it has its own camera. It can just look around, zoom in, do whatever it's got to do. But if you want to get up close and personal, what would you do? You'd send a rover, something that can drive to this thing and get a real close up. I actually think, and I'll show you this in one of the next Martian photos, where it shows the rover, the Perseverance rover, drilling into what looks like high tech and not a rock. I believe that they're drilling this stuff to find out what the metal or the fabric or whatever it may be is made of, and they're learning. Because I find it interesting how when I looked at this thing, it looked like a rock. Again, got that orangey kind of pukey color over everything. You don't see it. Get rid of the color. Now it looks more like ground, and you can start to see different colors. You can see there was a blurring over it. Go lightly over and burn it over lightly, and you can find what looks like little pieces that are interlocking with each other, right on the side of each other and stuff like that. I think they're drilling into some of this stuff to find out what it's made out of. Take close-up pictures, crystal clear, and then drill into it, find out what the metal's made out of, or the material is made out of, right? Doesn't matter what it is. So I believe that's what they're doing up there. Again, it's a recon mission to find out everything they can find out about these civilization or civilizations that lived on Mars. I think that's what's going on. D for Davies, what's going on? He said, "Hi, Chris. What's going on? Good to have you in there." Oh, yeah, I was going to say, Hung Me Out, he said NASA uses 8K and 16 Super Ultra HD on their latest rovers like the Perseverance. So no less than 4K and higher, of course. And yet, what kind of photos do we get? Just your regular phone can take better photos than what they're showing us. However, like I said, in their defense, these photos are pretty pristine when they get them. Or it's being done before it even leaves the rover, meaning when it uploads it to a orbiter or directly sent to Earth. Now, it may have onboard AI that automatically does that in case the signal is descrambled or intercepted, whatever it may be. They get it. It looks the same like you and I would see it, although it's probably not as colorful and everything else. I think they kind of add some color too here and there, to the public once the public gets it. So, to me, like I said, as well as I do, these photos are pristine. They are. And because after they do the overlay and they do all different kinds of distorted colors and blurring, it comes out looking like 480 as opposed to 8K, whatever it may be, right? Mick, you said you got to run. Have a good week. All right, you too, Mick. Glad you stopped in here. Good to have you in there as always. Robert Kermit Cole. I guess we were talking about the spacecraft. Well, not the spacecraft, but the aircraft, like our jets and stuff like that. That is right because it expands. Exactly. See, my brother was in the Air Force. He was an Air Force mechanic. He was in the Air Force for, hate it when that happens. Just slid this mic right off. He was in there for like 11, 12 years between there. Aircraft mechanic, and it's funny to walk in there and see at the time, because remember this is back in the 80s, F-16s, the A-10 Warthogs, all of these, and he would talk about other craft at times, and talking about the SR-71 and so on and so forth, and how these things they leak until they expand from friction of going so fast. Everything just expands and it just stops it. Daybreaker, what's happening? Good to see you in there. So greetings to all good folk. Hope you're well. All right. See, this is one of the photos. This is just one of them. NASA's Perseverance rover investigates intriguing Martian rock or Martian bedrock. Now, remember the last one we had? It looked like a bunch of stones, and they looked like they were kind of in a curved pattern on the ground. I don't know if nature can do that. Now, I know flat rock like you're seeing here in this photo, sure, all day long. You can see that. I'll make it bigger here so we can, right there. We can see that. Now, there is a bunch of blurring in the back here, going straight right across here from left to right. We can see that. That, to me, is BS. They're literally faking something laying right there. In fact, you can see something just over that blur, and it looks like something. It's like it's going up and over and down. Where is that at? Right about. Trying to place it here on. Should be right up here. You see it right above that cursor. There's something laying just over this fudged out area, and it literally goes up, over, and then back down. I'm not sure what that is, but that doesn't look natural. NASA's Perseverance Mars rover has begun exploring an area the science team calls Ayori Pass near the base of Jezero, or depending on how you want to do it, but Jezero craters, or Jezero, some people call it, which is really weird, but crater ancient river delta. They've been eager to explore the region for several months after spotting a rock similar to one Perseverance collected samples from in July. The feature is so tantalizing to the scientists because it's sandstone, which is a composite of fine grains that have been carried from elsewhere by water before settling and forming stone. Perseverance's samples are central to the first step in the NASA, ESA, Mars sample return campaign, which began when the rover cached its first cord rock in September 21. Yeah. But again, if you look in the background, you see all kinds of stuff. Now, what's weird about it is and like I said, the one coming up, the other Mars photo of video coming up, you'll see it, you'll go, okay, it's drilling. And everything around it, at least majority of it, is not natural. So what are they digging into? Why would they dig in something when you go, wait a minute, there's so much technology laying around you, but let's drill a rock. And like I said, when you see it, you'll understand what I'm talking about. It's literally drilling into something else, and it doesn't look natural. Joe Night Fury, what's going on? Good to see you in there. Robert Cole, what's going on? He said, there are now small rovers made for jungle conditions with appropriate equipment to deal with heavy foliage, along with surveillance tech. That I'm not surprised. You know, what people don't understand, they think it's just a rover or rovers they have on Mars. These things are super technologically advanced. These things are not junk. You can basically leave them alone. They'll do all of the science and everything else for you. It's you know, it does everything on automatically by itself. It can go around rocks, go around, make decisions whether to go over the rock, go around the rock, maybe deep sand. It knows the difference. It can literally go around the section if it needs to. You know, every function is doing right here at home. What it's doing, how fast it's doing it. It knows what it's doing. It just runs autonomously. It just knows what to do. And every rover was pretty much like this, but Curiosity and this Perseverance were the smartest ones or the most high-tech ones, right? Just wild the way these things are built. Let me see. This thing definitely jumped on me again. Yeah, Joe Nightfur, said, we expected 1080p, got 320p instead. Sounds about right. Daybreaker, he said, Chris, is there any way to remove the grid patterns NASA overlays on photos? Please ignore if the question is out of place. No, it's a really legit question. Sometimes you can add a little bit of blur into it. If you add the blur, you get rid of some of those, the grid, and it's not so bad. And you can actually denoise the photo as well. And sometimes that'll get it out. It depends on the actual photo. I've seen different tools work for it. Slightly blurring if it's only slight. And like I said, I'll do like a 1% blur in the photo, and it'll take care of that. Or, like I said, you can denoise it. There's other things you can do. Again, that tool will work sometimes it won't. It depends on what they've done to the photo, right? Taking off there, Cameron. He said, have a good Sunday, Chris. A good stream as always. All right, man. Good having you in. I'm glad you stopped in, and have yourself a good week coming up there, right? Dan Martin, you said that's right. They were probably showing us a movie of a fake moon landing, but they really did go to the moon to check out the good stuff, like alien artifacts for one. Yeah, absolutely. I believe there was an actual fake movie, and again, showing the public. I'm not going to send, man into space, knowing that it's dangerous. You've seen some of the prior ones to, what was it, 8, I think it was. There was a fire on board. I think it was, you guys can correct me, but I believe it was Apollo 8 that they had the fire on. Now, there's always this chance that these people can just go out there and never come back. But yet, you know what? When we're on the moon, get out your 9-iron. We'll play a little golf. Come on. They just want everybody to think, oh, wow, they're having a great old time. They're going to the moon, for crying out loud, to get rocks and samples and stuff like that for real science. And yet, you're sitting playing on the moon buggy. Again, we're just ripping out and throwing rooster tails everywhere. And then come on. It's like a 3-ring circus. Because, like I said, you see that, and then all of a sudden, you see these guys come back from Apollo 11, and these guys are completely straight-faced, and it's like when they ask them stupid stuff like, so did you guys get to see the stars? Stars? What? I don't know. Did you see any? I didn't see any stars. How about you? Did you? No, we didn't see any. Why? Because they didn't give a damn. That's not what they were there for. Stars are so insignificant compared to what's on the moon, because they were there for a mission, a recon. Yeah, Dan, you said, Chris, did you see the alien woman that they brought back? Now, that was supposed to have been Apollo 20, I believe it was. And I've said this multiple times. I'm not sure if that's even real. I'm not saying it cannot be, because I've always stated that they didn't stop at Apollo 17, right? I believe they kept going. Now, maybe with different crafts, and they retired the shuttle, not the shuttle, but the rockets and everything that went to the moon to begin with, right? So they might have changed different craft and said that they retired the other ones, new technology, whatever it may be, and that they still continue to go. And they could be there right now as we speak, and, mining and doing whatever else. We don't know. And if they didn't do that, they at least kept going to gather more tech, to find, tooth comb over these things, go over every little detail. What's this made out of? Bring different parts back, analyze it there. Maybe they got a small base in there. They don't need nothing huge, just something to go in there to be able to, send supplies up there or create their own oxygen, whatever it is that they can do. If there's water there, somehow they can do that. They can get the oxygen out of the water, whatever it may be. So there's ways of doing that. And if they're there, then they've got their own equipment up there to analyze what they're picking off, whether it's a structure, some kind of spacecraft, or whatever it may be. They're going to analyze it. And they've probably been there for years and have been doing this. Because you can bet it's not just one tiny area of the moon that they found something on. I mean, they've been all over the place on the moon. If you look up Apollo missions to the moon locations, and you can see they've been, different places. So they probably had photos of the ground to begin with up close without even landing on the moon. So, okay, we need to hit that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Okay. And this is the reason why we had multiple missions, for that reason, to go there and study what's on the moon. And this is the reason why they had, like I said, the missions to begin with. Dycomet, you said the whole strip is also really smooth, like it's looking at a bed of fine dust. Super weird. And you know what? I thought of the same thing, because it kind of looks that way when you first look at it. But look at it carefully. You can see there's like a straight line of it. Now, I guess from a distance it can look like a straight line. But when you look at it again, it's like you can see where they've literally went around a rock, went over here, went straight across. And you could just see it's fake. You just, when you grab these photos, you can just see that. It's bizarre. It really is. There's another one here. Perseverance rover collects first Mars sample of new science campaign. Okay, this is the one that I'm talking about. And if you look in the background, there's all different shapes there, folks. And there's one that's actually better than this. It's actually more in the background. And I'll show you that in the next Mars video. But they're digging right here. You can see right here, almost in the middle, you got one drill mark. It looks like they just kind of went over, just and grazed it a little bit just to find out the fabric. Well, I keep saying fabric, but the actual composition of this rock, because it's supposed to be a sandstone. You can see right here, the image shows the rocky outcrop of Perseverance science team calls Berea, something like that. After the NASA Mars rover extracted a rock core, and braided a circular patch. So that's what they're talking right there. The image was taken by the rover's Mastcam Z instrument on March 30th, 2023. And, of course, credit goes to NASA, JPL, Caltech, so on and so forth. And then they got a smaller one where they drilled right here. You can see it almost looks like a little anthill right there, just above the cursor. But all in the back, there's different shapes and stuff that does not look natural. And like I said, you'll see that in the next video. NASA's Perseverance rover cored and stored the first sample of the mission's newest science campaign on Thursday, March 30th. With each campaign, the team explores and studies a new area. On this one, the rover is exploring the top of Jazero's crater's delta. Perseverance has collected a total of 19 samples and 3 witness tubes, and has recently deposited 10 tubes as a backup cache on the Martian surface as part of the NASA return campaign. So I find this interesting, a lot of these things, because it's just, and this is not the one I was talking about. You'll see, like, there's another rock that they do, and yeah, it doesn't look anything like natural when you do break it down. Pretty cool. Somebody reptile, what's going on? Again, shooting into the light, so camera facing, yeah, surfaces are obscured in shadow. Yeah, you notice that? Imagine that. You think they could turn it a different direction so this wouldn't happen? Kind of like if you look at a lot of moon photos that did that, but I think a lot of these things were artificial light because when you can see it, it looks like it's just like they drew it in there somehow or something. Yep. That's what I was looking at too. It's like always right into it so I can mess with the background so you can't see what it is. Mike Knapp's in the house. What's going on, Mike? Good to see you in there. Daybreaker says, good night, everyone. Have to run. All right, Daybreaker, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Have yourself a good week coming up. Again, hello, Mike. Good to see you in there. Dan Martin, you said you can see roads on the photo along with huge buildings and all sorts of different vehicles. Any same person could tell those are not natural. Well, I mean, people see different things in there, but a lot of people can agree a lot of things don't look natural. Now, again, like my buddy Will says, you see what you see and I see what I see. But you can, even if you don't come up with the same thing, like let's say you go, oh, it looks like a vase or something like that laying on the surface. And one guy says, oh, it looks like a can. Regardless, it still doesn't look natural. So, of course, we're trying to make out what these things are. And again, there's no way to vet any of these because you don't know what the hell they are. You can't go up there and handle them and see what they are. But you can tell the difference between at least 90% of the time, not always, but 90% of the time, you can say, okay, that looks natural. Surely that's not. So, yeah. Enrico, what's going on? Dion Viglione, what's happening? Good to see you. Great for all's in there. Good to see you in there as well. The moon is as fascinating as Mars, but a lot closer. The question is, are we even allowed to build on the moon, assuming that the aliens are real and are here? You know, that's that weird thing. People keep saying, we weren't allowed on the moon because of what the astronauts was supposedly said. Now, I don't know for sure if they told them that, but did they agree, or are they still there at all? I don't know. Because in other words, if they said, stay off the moon, you guys don't need to be here, blah, 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 whatever reason, then we would just stop going there. Because if they said, especially if they said, we'll have to show some force if you come back here again, well, clearly we're not going to go back there. So either they come to an agreement, and now they're allowing them to do that, but us, we'll dig, we'll blow up stuff, we'll do all kinds of stuff to the surface of the lunar surface, and they won't be happy about it. Or they're not there anymore, and it's just remnants of stuff on the lunar surface, and we're just going to have at it. We're going to, mine for helium-3, whatever we want, take any water that's on there, so on and so forth. And there's nobody there, meaning no civilization, and we're able to do this. I don't know. Ricardo said Mars looks like both the Scablands and the Badlands combined. Exactly. Pete, you said, like Buzz said, no serious in-depth conversations ever took place amongst the astronauts of moon expeditions. Keep it silent. Oh, yeah. Robert, you said there are a great deal of authentic equipment in the Apollo 20 video, but who knows? There are also Hasselblad. Yeah, there are also Hasselblad cameras. Well, but when you look at the actual alien girl, that doesn't look real. It looks like clay put on her face and going, to her nostrils, to near her eyes and near her mouth and all. It just looks fake and fake and fake. So we don't know if there's a photo behind this fake thing. And like I said, there was a guy, and I got to find this because I said I'd try to find it last time, where the guy took full credit of it, and he's got it on a page of his own showing the spacecraft he made, and it's one laying on the looked like a giant cigar, for crying out loud, on the moon, as well as the woman one. It was AI. He actually made this as like a CGI AI kind of thing. So this is the reason why I don't believe that part's real. I do believe, like I said, that they never stopped going. Exactly, Ricardo. Each campaign. That's the language of military expedition. Yep. See, I heard both ways, Dan. You said, I heard we had an outpost on the moon and the Russians destroyed it. I heard both. Because if you think about it, too, it's like we've bombed the moon recently. Well, not like yesterday, but we've done that during the Apollo missions as well as bombing certain areas of the moon. And so we don't know what they bombed when they were doing it. Was it structures? Was it something that was in other countries that they got going up there and, did it on the sneak and then they found out about it and decided to blow them up? I don't know. I heard the same thing about, Russia back then. Well, it would have been, what do you call it? Soviet Union. Did to our, base on the moon. I've never found any real quality truth to that, right? Valerian the Mac 3 says, wasn't there a scientist saying that the human body can't live too long in space? I think it was less than a year. They try to keep it to a year because your bones start getting, trying to remember, you start getting taller. Your bones start to get, I think it's like almost like a porous kind of thing, but you can keep your bones dense by exercise. That's why you see them like on the treadmill and doing different exercises and everything else. And so the blood and, oxygen go into the bones and everything else and keep them dense. And so on and so forth. So that's why you always see them exercising, and they're trying to keep that from happening. So they do. They know that they're aware of that. Same thing like Samo was saying. Yes, our bones waste away, and so doesn't our eyesight. They swell. Now, again, when they first put people out in orbit, that they probably had them issues. So they said, well, what can we do to combat that? So they've probably taken measures to do that. Again, the exercising for the bones and stuff like that. Make sure you don't lose muscle mass, and so on and so forth. Goat Squeezer, he said, it's so obvious that the Earth's moon was technologically put there. It's easy to explain why it shouldn't be there than why it's there. Well, yeah, and a lot of people stated that. With the eclipses and everything else, it covers the sun, basically. What it's made out of. There's metals like titanium on the moon. They think it's just a shell that you're seeing all of these craters. I mean, it's just an artificial shell, and it's an actual sphere, and it's made out of a metal type thing, different metals. Again, pure speculation, but when you read how they did that, like I said, they would literally drop a rocket, like the third stage rocket, onto the moon, and it let it explode, and it rang like a bell, so on and so forth. So is it because it's made out of metal? Now, don't get me wrong, the moon could be cavernous because of ancient lava flows and volcanoes on the moon. So that's a possibility. But why would it ring? I get the thud and then it echoes, but they said it rang like a bell, like bing. So there's a difference between thud and that kind of sound, right? So you have to ask yourself, so what is it made out of? All right, so you got two of the comments, Hung Meow. He said, my theory is that Apollo astronauts told the aliens they will build discos on the moon. We could just be getting down like Saturday night, fever. And you said, I disagree with Chris. The Mona Lisa is real regarding the Soviet Union joint mission. See, and that's where I differ because, again, I seen at the site that the guy actually made all of this. Everything from the craft to the Mona Lisa. It was actually superimposed in there. You can see where it looks like clay on the face. It was just weird. I'll have to find that for you folks because it's like there's a guy he's got a page strictly on that. That's it. And showing that. Now, again, I don't disagree that there couldn't have been 18, 19, 20, and keep going up missions. I totally agree with that. Let me see. And Daiko May said, what do you think about the moon-Earth map phenomena? If you take a picture of the moon's light side, rotate it 180 degrees, and then line it up with the map of Earth, it lines up with all of the continents. And then you said, and there's continents that aren't there anymore. I've heard about that. I've never actually seen that. In other words, them doing that, lining it up, and then, see, almost like a mirror image. I heard about that, never seen it. So I can't comment more on that as far as, yay or nay on that. Like I said, I've heard about that. Really haven't read into it. Really haven't seen too much about it. So like I said, I don't want to really comment about that because don't know. Yeah, this is true too, Ricardo. You said, for your information, the Earth rings like a bell too, by the way, which is how they easily detect the nuclear weapons set off on the other side of the planet. Well, yeah, but it's kind of like a vibration throughout the crust, though, isn't it? More than anything. So it's more vibrational, because depending on where it is, like an earthquake, it can actually go through the deeper crust and not the outer crust, and actually basically waves of vibrations will go to the other side. So it's more of a vibrational, I think, isn't it? Long Island, New York, 1395. Good to see you in there. It's about time you get in there. Hal says, hello all. Wish I knew about the stream. Yeah, this is the reason why I said I think we're going to start doing these on Sunday for now. Now, if Fridays become more available again, we'll do it then. I think some of you would probably prefer the Friday over a Sunday, and of course you can give me a yay or nay on that. But again, I'll be going to another store where I'm going to be working, and in the very beginning it's going to be hectic. So don't know if we can do the Friday thing right now. Yeah, anybody who doesn't know if there's going to be a stream, just check back every Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And this way here, if you don't get a notification or whatever, you just go, hey, I'm just curious if he's going to be on. And a lot of times I try to put it in the community post, so you can go on my home channel and just hit community. You'll be able to tell, or you'll get notified, depending if some people get notified, some people don't. You can check in there and I'll say there's going to be there's going to be a podcast or whatever. And then there you go, right? And if not, then, I'll say, oh, sorry, guys, won't be able to have one this Sunday. Josh D said, we can disagree here on some things, but basically we are verticated with the big time. Only trust can solve this. Yeah, I mean, when it comes right down to it, right, it's like, I don't think we'll ever know all the answers. There's a reason why they're on the sneak constantly, whether it's with the photos or information being put out. But again, over the years, when you bring out these puzzle pieces, when you bring them out and you all put them together, what happens? Start building a grander picture about what's going on. Okay, so again, if you're hiding things right here on Earth, like in Antarctica, and is what's on or in Antarctica, you go, okay, so if they're hiding those and blurring out those photos, what are they hiding there? And if it's here on Earth and they're blocking it, what do you think they're going to do with the moon? There's something on there that's not ours or anybody else's on Earth. It's none of theirs. It's a past civilization or civilizations. They're not going to stop there either. Stop at Mars. Stop it there. And again, the grand question is, what for? I get the idea of hiding the tech. Makes perfect sense. And the DOD is once pulling the strings, right? Or depending on the other country, whatever you have for your military. So, you have to ask yourself, what's the real reason other than, which could be the only reason, and their only motive to hide it from the people, is the technology and to grab it for themselves. If they were to announce it, darn well every country on this planet is going to want to go. They don't care how they'll do it just so they can get proof. Now, if all they said was, let's say they just went, oh, by the way, there was an ancient civilization on Mars at one time. They weren't really high tech at all. Hell, they didn't even have communications other than, they were back, almost prehistoric age. Darn well people are still going to want to go there just to see this for themselves. So you can imagine what would happen if it was leaked out. Although we'd like to be in the know, it'd be great. Well, yeah, exactly. Well, being struck in vibrations, you're right. Lee Herring, what's happening? Good to see you in there, man. Say hello, everyone. Thumbs up. Give it the thumbs up, folks. Let's knock this bad boy up there. Elaine Millard, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He said, hi, Chris, and everyone. Hope you are all okay. I'm okay. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you in there. Oh, okay, Lee. You said nice to catch a live show. I usually work during the day on Sunday. Oh, okay. So what did they do? Change the hours on you? Glad they did if they did. Oh, really? I would have thought they showed it too, Ricardo. He said, for your information, not all mobile devices will show the community post. Oh, interesting. So maybe I'll just stop making a short video and say there'll be a, a podcast, right? Long Island, New York, your question was, any good UFO news lately? What happened to Luis Elizondo and Tom DeLonge? 2 words. Windbags. Oh, these people come and go. I mean, here's the thing. If you were to go by what's the hottest topic right now, what is it? Well, if you go by the Pentagon, it's UFOs, UAPs. People are like, oh, yeah. So everybody jumps on the bandwagon that's got to do with UFOs. The problem with it is it gets tiresome. That's 1. 2, there's no real proof. And these guys are kind of like, both Lewis and Tom, they just embellish. That's all they do. And the sad part about it is the people listening going, oh, my God, this guy's in the know. He knows his shit. Does he really? Well, I can show you. This video's coming up. Yeah, these things are really good and never seen before. And yet either A, you don't see them, or B, they're trash photos or videos and you can't make anything out of them. So what's the deal? Is it somebody actually at their home making these things, making it look like, oh, it's night vision and everything else? How do we know? And he's just, like I said, he gets on there and he talks about it, and he's just like dangling a carrot. And nothing's ever being shown. It's just, like I said, it's a time to make money, and this is the reason why people are doing it. I do believe there are UFOs, and I do believe they're flying around on Earth. However, we also know we have our own high technology, and we don't know what that is. So how do we know this isn't part of a super secret, whatever, team, so to speak, that are building these things, that it's a branch of the military, and maybe a lot of the military doesn't know about it. And they're going, oh, my God, look at these things flying around. How do we know? How do we know it's not another country, and they just built a high-tech drone? That's all. Maybe they figured out anti-gravity. This is the reason why I can change, like the Tic Tac, right? Maybe this is the reason why I can change directions like it does and does whatever. Again, I've seen these racing drones. Oh, my God, these things can change direction like there's no tomorrow. Do we know? How do we know? So unless there's anything really solid, it's like you're beating a dead horse. It just makes no sense at all. There's a lot of people that, talk about UFOs, and I'm always interested to hear what they got to say because they may have a different perspective. Here's the problem with it. Everybody I listen to, they have their doubts, and that's the problem. They're going, well, what was something that was hot, topic, now it's like, it's not a big deal anymore. New source of water found on the moon, samples from China mission. Yep. Scientists have discovered a new and renewable source of water on the moon for future explorers in lunar samples from Chinese mission. Water was embedded in tiny glass beads in the lunar dirt where meteorite impacts occur. These shiny multicolored glass beads were in samples returned from the moon by China in 2020. The beads range in size from the width of one hair to several hairs. The water content was just a minuscule fraction of that, said whatever his name is, who took part in the study. Since there are billions, if not trillions, of these impact beads, that could amount to substantial amounts of water, but mining it would be tough, according to the team. Yes, it will require lots and lots of glass beads. Hoy, whatever his name is, said in the email. On the other hand, there are lots of beads on the moon. So, yeah. Now, to me, these impact areas look more like glass and not water beads or droplets. Because remember they had during, was it the Chang'e 4, where it wasn't that one the one that showed what looked like glass right in front of the rover. And that looks like either something was, sand was super heated up making glass. Didn't look like water droplets if they're going by that particular sample or example, right? I didn't even see you in this, Sean. Did I say hello to you? I've seen it too. Y-Files, Hecklefish. Good to see you in there anyway. Like I said, sometimes this thing jumps on me. I don't even see the darn thing. Hiya there. How you doing? Josh D saying. Yeah, there you are right there. You said hiya, Chris, and all. Elfie Joe Bob's in there, I guess. Where did he go? I think you just seen him there. Hello, anyway. Oh, man, this thing's crazy. Yeah, folks, like Ricardo was just saying, if you join the Discord server for Mars Anomalies and Beyond, I'll always send a APB to say the live hangout is on. Yeah, he'll usually give everybody the heads up and let everybody know there's going to be one, too. So we can do it several ways. So if everybody's, we'll know there's one actual podcast or live feed, right? Enrico, you said, what happened to David Wilcox? Well, this is what I'm getting at. These guys, if you think about it, don't get me wrong, these people are smart. I don't knock them for that at all. However, most of these people regurgitate the same thing over and over and over again. It's kind of like, but how do we stay relevant? What can we do? Let's embellish. So they add a little bit to it. Then I add a little bit more to it. Then I add a little bit to, and it just goes on year after year or every 6 months so that they can keep it coming, the flow going. There's some people who interview, what was her name? Geez, I'm drawing a blank on her name. Where she always talks to these ex-military people. I mean, I could do the same thing. Well, I worked for this place years ago, and I seen UFOs for myself. No proof, no photos, no nothing. It's just stories. Now, is it possible a lot of these stories are true? Absolutely. How do you know? How do you know? You have no clue. Valerian in the Mac 3 says, boo, Lou. Long Island, you said UAPs visit Earth all the time, and there's a hyper-advanced civilization that colonized Saturn, Jupiter, moons, as well as most of our solar system, like very long ago. And that I don't doubt, because like I said, I believe, because again, our solar system is a binary solar system, or sun rather, star. And of course, Earth has 2 moons. But if that's true, if we have a sun on the other side of our solar system, now keep in mind they're now finding more planets in our solar system, so it's not just the 8, well, it was 9, but Pluto got demoted. So, if they're finding more, how far is this other, burned out sun? And if it was active at one point, then you had solar system was heated on both ends. So even rocks like Pluto, which is still a good size, could have had a civilization on it. There could have been on every planet. How do we know? Here's the thing, too. If every planet had something to offer, meaning a mineral, a gas, whatever it may be, and they had trades going upon each of these planets in the solar system, and every civilization would thrive because they needed a certain, a resource, and they could get it from other planets, and they just flew back and forth. Again, pure speculation on this. Of you know how that goes. But how do we know that wasn't the case? Like I said, you can live anywhere you want as long as you can live in the atmosphere or wherever you're at. You can just build your own, like I said, atmospherics, and you can live there. Doesn't matter what planet or whether you're underground on the surface. Doesn't matter, right? So it doesn't surprise me if there was actually life on every planet and a lot of these moons to boot. Yeah, exactly, Rick. Good comment. He said not being a big deal might be where they're heading deliberately. The disclosure argument, working past the whole Brookings report's recommendations, and that's what it is. It seems like they're no longer hushing a lot of it. They're trying to slowly bring it out and desensitize people. At least that's why I'm thinking. So in the event that this really does happen, whether it is some kind of weird invasion, whatever, like remember they were building up to that, saying, "Oh, they're going to have a fake, invasion." They've already done that. Oh, we're in the process of it right now. This is the reason why you're seeing, the Pentagon announcing it, and we're seeing them in the skies, and other military craft and ships are seeing this, and so on and so forth. So isn't it the invasion going on right now? If that's the most we're going to worry about an invasion, I'm not worried about it. John P. says, exaggerate, Chris, they do. Yep. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Ricardo. Linda Moulton Howe. Entertaining, yes. Factual and authentic. Maybe not always, I think. Yeah, I mean, again, let's say there's some truth to what she's saying. It's almost like they have to add a little bit more. Wait a minute, here's another one. This person I interviewed, this one and this one. We don't know. Now, if some of them are true, fantastic. But as fantastic as these stories sound, you can never see anything of any value. In other words, we found this piece of metal from underneath. There's an alien base underneath the Antarctic ice or whatever. Oh, we found this. Or there's some kind of machine or something or whatever it may be. Just pictures. How about just pictures? Never see a thing. So I can make up stories all day long and go, hey, we'll run with it. They'll follow me and there you go. And they'll, I'll be rich. I'll just keep embellishing every 6 months or a year to just stay relevant. Now, again, I don't dismiss all of it because a lot of it may be true. Chris Francis. Hey, Chris. Chris in the UK. What's going on, Chris? Good to see you. Good name, by the way. Samo, Goofanian Rockstar. Linda Howe is talking to aliens in a secret cave. Come on now, people. Exactly. I just... Do I dismiss her totally? I'll tell you why I don't. I can understand some stuff being under ice. Why? If there's 3 miles, a mile, or whatever it is of ice, keep in mind, we've done photos of Antarctica, and it looks like a bunch of buildings and structures all over these different parts of Antarctica. So is it possible these structures were there, alien or otherwise? Of course, Ice Age, everything goes back, it packs on top of these cities. So then it would be under ice, right? So it's not too far-fetched. However, it is bogus because, like I said, I think you can almost tell when she's embellishing. She's just trying to add more to it. Every time the story starts, it's another, I just added this. Oh, now I got another interview. I got this and I got that. You never know the person. You say, well, we're going to call him John Doe. You never know. It could be just stories just so you follow her along, sells you books, so on and so forth, and people eat it up. Because it's nice to be able to think of, I'm into sci-fi like there's no tomorrow. However, you got to say, okay, this is sci-fi and science fiction, period. And then there's reality. And that's what you got to, try to figure out. Yep, Ricardo. Thank you, sir, for always supporting the live stream. You always appreciate it. And this gentleman does a lot here, as well as on the Discord. So big ups to him. He said, I'll put money on the Chinese space program being the first to extract and return mineral resources from our moon. They'll beat Elon SpaceX. You know what? I think it's going to be, it's basically another space race, right? Because they're doing their thing. Again, I'm always, there has to be something on there. One, they're getting high technology, right? So I believe right off the bat they're doing that. 2, they're going to mine it if they're not already doing it, which I believe they probably are. Maybe they're going in different areas of the moon so that they can get more resources, maybe more water. Again, if you're going to make fuel, you're going to have to be next to the giant or the biggest water deposit you can find. So, or multiple areas. So you're going to have to find different areas to do that. So if they're up there, then that's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. That's what we'd be doing, right? I don't know if you guys are seeing this. I see these all the time. The glitch in the matrix. This is when it looks like a plane or a bird's hovering. You ever notice that? If you look at this one right here, and this is, to me, it's all about, it's basically an illusion. It's your eyes, and you're going to look at the direction. You're going to see I don't know if you guys are seeing this, but this is a plane, and it's passing another plane. So what I think is going on, one's taking off, one's landing. You'll see the landing gear out on this. And by the way, Ricardo, I do appreciate you again. I'm going to bring this down. Whoop, not that down. Bring this down. Shrink myself. I'm going to jerk the screen all over the place here. So what I'm going to do is it says we live in a sim. There's some simples, all right. But to me, it's got to do with trajectory, motion. One's landing, one's taking off. So one's a lot slower landing. They come to a lot slower speed. Watch this. And let me see if I can get some sound out of this. I'll play it back again. Now, how many of you folks have just seen this? You have to look at the plane itself. This one's that's flying by it is moving much faster. This one's coming in for a landing. So right off the bat, it looks like it's stationary. But if you look at the landing gear, the wheels on the jet, and look at the overpass down here in the left-hand corner, you'll see that thing is actually moving slowly over this highway. He was over here before the overpass, and now he's over here. So it is moving, but because this plane is moving much faster, it appears that one's sitting still. And it's the angle. Exactly, Curtibanus, the parallax effect. So it's, when I see people posting this, oh yeah, it's just sitting there floating in the sky. No, it's not. Yeah, we live in the sim, all right. Unbelievable. Marco Besta, what's happening? Evening all. Greetings from South Africa. Good to have you in there, Marco. Sam, wind glitch. Both are the same speed. Well, again, you can actually see one. Again, this one's flying faster, the one they're looking out of. And the other one is literally coming to, a slow. It's slowing its airspeed down, landing gear down. And like I said, you'll see that right there on the lower left, you'll see that overpass. It's curved. And you can see the wheels, one's just thing, it's literally moving over that bridge. Now, here's the funny part. If you've ever seen one of these things in person, like just sitting at the airport, as big as these things are, it's a wonder they get off the ground. So that's that weirdness in your brain that plays with you to begin with. But when you see this, again, here's it right there, just below. It's not even over that overpass. See it? Here's the rear wheels, go all the way down. It's just before it. As he passes, look again now, he's over the overpass. So it is moving. It's not floating in the air. I swear to God, people are airheads. But it's just weird. When I look at this thing, I go, yeah, it does give that kind of weird illusion. But, like you see people when they say, "Oh, there's birds," it's just like frozen, just floating in the air. I'm going, maybe that was superimposed because you don't see any wing flapping. Then you go, okay, it's frozen in the air. It's got to be superimposed. Ricardo, you said, I've seen jumbo jets coming into land at Glasgow Airport, and they looked to be so slow they might fall out of the sky. Exactly. So this thing's coming to, like I said, it's slowing down in airspeed. The other one's flying faster because it's probably on a takeoff. And because it's going like literally like this, it's like it's going by it. It looks like it's standing still. And it makes perfect sense. But you can actually see the wheels are now over and past that overpass. So it is moving. People need to pay attention to this. I'm not talking about you folks. I'm talking about the other people that are oh, wow, it's intriguing. So holy F, me, is it just floating there? Smoke another one. Exactly, Phil. He said, I'm more surprised how close the planes are. Got that right. Rick, you said also the relative speed of landing, AC versus the circuiting, depending on how you look at it, circuiting aircraft are not same speed. Yeah, exactly. One's accelerating upward, the other one's slowing down to go into landing. So right off the bat again, and the camera's going like this, it's literally going like this as passing the other plane, so it looks like it's standing still. But if you look at the plane relative to the ground, it's clearly moving. Ian Spence, good to see you in there. He said, some people just always want to make things supernatural when they could just think and see it's not, it's just natural. Absolutely. I totally agree with you. They just want it to be like, wow, in my head, that would be so cool. And it's not. It's just, you just got to be rational. Now, if the other plane, let's say it was a helicopter, on the side of this jet, hovering, and you can clearly see that the helicopter is not swaying back and forth or anything. And it's just staying in the plane staying there. I'd be more apt to believe that. But when you see the other plane moving, then again, you look at the wheels, they're over that overpass now. Clearly it's moving. Again, if it was in a helicopter and it was just hovering, the helicopter's in hover mode, this thing went by, you'd see it moving. I mean, come on. Alfie Joe Bob, thank you very much for your support. Yeah. I appreciate it. Always there to support the channel as well. Much appreciated. I love the laughing pair. That's funny. Look at that thing. Having a good old time. But again, I do appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you got to think rational when you see things like this. Just, play it over. Even if it seems like it's really tricky. I've seen videos where you see a UFO. Oh, look at this. How many times have you guys seen them AI things or these, I don't even know what to call them. Bunch of crap is what it is. See this large UFO over the city. People, oh my God, look at that. Oh, come on. That'd be so news everywhere on the world. Military would be all over it before I had a chance to be on the news. Scott Brasecki said, Stephen Greer has told a lot of good info, but I think he's incorrect about military-industrial complex. Yeah, I mean, I still want to see what he's talking about, too. Like, what is it? What has he got, like Contact, whatever, 5, whatever the hell it's called, where he thinks you can basically summon these UFOs. I think I've watched one, maybe 1.5 of these things, and I'm going, I guess it's possible. Depending on, your mind, because they say we're not using 100% of our brain to begin with. But I'm a bit dubious. I don't believe that's entirely true. And I think he has brought a lot of good info as well. But again, embellishment. Because if these guys would just say the same story all the time, they become stagnant and no longer relative. So they'll be like, and people will be like, okay, next, let's keep going. And that's not what they want, Now, I'm all for people giving out information that even you, let's say you and I have done some research on this subject, and all of a sudden he brings it up one day and you go, well, I'll be damned. I was just reading about this, and it's a reputable source, and now he's saying it. So, yeah, I believe him. You know what I mean? Because you would. Because well, and I don't mean wholeheartedly, but you'd go, okay, I'm seeing some truth because I've read this as well, and there's a reputable source that I read it from. So maybe this guy is on the up and up. But like I said, if you keep the same thing all the time, you know, you're not relevant anymore. You just kind of you fall by the wayside. Keep in mind, these people, that's their job now. They don't work a job like a 9 to 5 like you and I do. That's what they do. That's all they do. And Happy Mars, what's going on, man? It's been a long time since I've seen you. He said, maybe it's because the Earth is really flat. There's distortion in the image, making it look motionless. That's what it is. Never thought of that. Good thinking. Oh, my God. That's that pizza pan effect. Never thought of that, guys. We've been wrong all this time. Hate when it happens. But yeah, it's just one of those, illusion kind of things, just giving that weird thing going on. You guys see this? A mysterious encounter between SpaceX spaceship and the passing UFO video. Now, you can see it right here. It's circled in red, and I'll bring it up here closer so you guys can see this. Mysterious close encounter. An unidentified object flies past SpaceX rocket. Now, and this is caught on camera. Unfortunately, guess what the video's from? YouTube. So I'll get a copyright. However, let me see if I can't catch this. Where's the video at? It should be down here, maybe. Nope, way up here, maybe. Okay, so I'm just going to jump through this. Mute that. Okay, so just as the rocket is separating, this is one of the rockets themselves. You can see it. It'll actually do this. It comes from behind, comes over here. All of a sudden, it comes between of these two parts of the rocket. Now you see, let me see if it goes like this. Let me see if it does it here. Now here it is right here on the top right. We're going to go ahead and expand that. Get my head out of the way here. But you can see right here on the top right. Okay. Coming in. There it goes. Now, folks, this thing's pretty darn big, man. I understand, this is a rocket separating. Okay. So the first thing they say, guess what they say it is? Frozen ice. It's ice particle. I went, whoa, hold on. If you watch this video yourself, you can see all of these. I'll go back here a little bit. Right here, there's a white. It looks like something white right there. There's a bunch of these white things flying all over the place when you watch the video. Of course, you guys will get the video. When you watch it, you can see a bunch of these things all over the place flying in different directions. Why? That's ice particles. This thing has to be quite large to be doing what it does. Now, it looks like a giant fat coin just flipping on its own. It's flipping back and forth. Let me see if I can get it right. I'm trying to see where this thing was. Okay, you can see it come from behind this thing. Comes behind it, comes over. In other words, it goes straight. All of a sudden, it circles back around and goes between these two objects, meaning the rocket. And it's already gone. It's right here. You can see it in the top right. And it's going, right? So as this thing's going along, you can see it right here. It's just starting to it's like very small right there on the right. I'm going to play like a little portion of it. Here we go. See it tumble? It's literally tumbling. You know how big that thing has to be? And they're saying, oh, that's an ice particle. Now, there's one part of it says, and I think it's because of the page itself. It's not the actual people talking. They're saying it's ice particles. But this one says that they tried to make communication with it and never got an answer from it. I'm going, why is it too conflicting? One's a story, and I don't think the page is very reputable anyway, but fancyforsport.com, so God only knows. But where do they say this? The reason of the mysterious... the incident has sparked widespread interest and speculation as people wonder what could have caused the encounter with what implications it might have for our understanding of the universe. That's not where it says. At first, the crew assumed that the object was simply debris or space junk, but as it drew closer, they realized that it was something much more unusual. The object was described as a large metallic sphere, which it's not. You can see it right here. It almost looks like a stop sign shape, with highly reflective surface that seemed to shimmer in the sunlight. As the object approached the spacecraft, the crew attempted to make contact with it, but no response was received, and the object continued on its path, eventually disappearing into the distance. Okay. So if you see this thing, it actually does. It has like the shape of, it looks like almost like a stop sign. You can see that, but it's tumbling over end to end, which is bizarre. But let me see. Let me go back to this. And you can see it right there. Put this on slow-mo. Yeah, this thing's tumbling over and over again. It looks like a giant fat coin, like a giant fat stop sign or something like that. But regardless of it, that's an ice crystal? Anybody think that's a bit bizarre? Mr. Whitebeard Sky Daddy, what's going on? Good to have you in there. Everyone here is a high caliber analyst or analyst. Yeah, I mean, you got to look at this thing. You know, like I said, when you watch this thing, the regular video, you can see what looks like these little white pieces flying everywhere. That's ice particles. That makes sense to me. This thing is not. Now, this could be nothing more than space junk, folks. It just happened to who knows, just find its way between it and just miss that rocket. Now, would it have done anything? Probably not. Even Goat Heart, you said it looks like debris, and it could very well be that. It's just, yeah. Josh D said, flu still hampering me ill, go to bed. Well, we'll be there Easter show on Monday evening. No, it'll probably be, if we're going to have it, it'll probably be Sunday evening, afternoon rather. So, you know, won't be on the Monday. But, yeah, I hate to hear you, you know, still feeling sick and everything else. That sucks. Believe me, I know how you feel. Yeah, exactly. I got to start using that. Yep. Fair use policy applies. Saying it during the stream will help avoid copyright strikes. Yeah, exactly. It's sad you can't even play anything anymore. Oh, you know, I actually had. Remember I told you guys last podcast I had docking plan. Well, I literally have to scrub it now. I got to mute that part of it. It's in the process of doing it right now because it says, "Oh, you can't be monetized because of that." Well, I kind of get that, but it's like, you know, you're not playing the whole darn video, and you're not, you know, whatever. It's always something, right? Always something. Trying to bring you guys the good stuff, and they got to get hampered by it. Rick, you said a lot of us have our own channels. This is my first live visit. Oh, I appreciate you being here. I'm not sure what it is that you do, Rick. If it's something along the lines that we do here or something else, be interested in seeing it. Maybe we can throw it out there for you if everybody can, you know, maybe check the channel out. I'm always happy to help out a fellow uploader. Drew Dude says, nice shirt. I appreciate it. Well, oh, yeah, I got to get that Pink Floydage. Eric Blair, what's going on? He said it looks like a spike protein, doesn't it? Oh, my God. I mean, this thing could be anything, right? But it's quite large, whatever it is. It could very well be just space junk. Very good possibility. But this guy, oh, it's a metallic sphere. No, it's not. So I'm not sure what crack pipe they're smoking here, but not sure of that. Road High said Chris would assume the spaceship tumble in that fashion. I doubt it. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't think so. Now, Amora, remember that giant rock that was out in space? That one tumbled from end to end. And they still, Mr. A.V. Loeb believes that was some kind of spacecraft, and they could have just played dead, and the thing just tumbled through our solar system and then back out. Was it a spacecraft? He wants to find out so bad he can taste it. But it is kind of bizarre because it went by our sun, and it never had any, ice crystals or any vapor coming off the back. Didn't have a tail, none of that sort. Although it might have just been void of anything like that on there, and therefore not a tail. But regardless, and there's supposed to be another one, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember. I think I might have read it. That there's another one supposed to be coming through our solar system as well. But these just could be just random rocks, just knocked out of a different orbit somewhere else and made its way through our solar system. Robert Coley said, I certainly appreciate the effort that goes into this channel and channels. Well, I mean, when I first started this, I wanted to get this stuff out because I thought it was very interesting. As far as anything on the moon, Mars, whatever it may be. And I just said, you know what? I gotta stop making videos of this stuff. I know there's got to be people out there, like-minded people, have seen the same thing. And again, I can learn from them too if they go, well, no, it's nothing but bogus. You're totally in the wrong hand. I go, okay, well, maybe I am. Let me go ahead and see if I can, find out some more information about it. And then if I find I'm totally off base, then I'll go, yeah, guys, what I thought was this was not. It's not a big deal. We're not all right. We don't all have the answers. Try as we may. Okay, so that's what it's called. All right. Let me see. Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. Nice. 38 videos. All right. Why don't we do this? Why don't we share yours, Rick? This is his channel. All right, put that back up here. If anybody wants a link to Rick Durs, I'm going to put it down here. He has like moon stuff and all kinds of good stuff up there. So you guys want to click on it, save the page, subscribe to him, just make sure you hit the notification button on there. But there it is. I just looked at this myself. I was like, oh, let me go take a look. Not too shabby. Yep, 38 videos. Like what you call that brain weasel type thing. Brain weasel 30. But yeah, it's got some Mars stuff there too. Nice. Yeah, I seen that one too. You got the 37. That one's interesting, actually. Oh, let me see. Okay. All right. So, yeah. So I'm looking at, what is that? I'm just looking over one of these videos here. See, I mean, you have to try to see these weird things that are in these photos and take a really close look, because there's a lot of things you would totally miss. You would not see this at all. And you pull out a couple of these things, Rick, which is really, really cool. So that's his channel if you guys get the link. Mr. Whitebeard Sky Daddy, thank you very much. Yeah. I do appreciate it. Another continuing supporter of the channel. I do appreciate you. He said, very attached to these meetings, Chris. Very attached to the chat members. Very attached to Mars Moon Space Image Analysis. It's a good day, especially after the rain and severe winds yesterday. Brother, I feel you. And let me tell you something. Like I said, we've been getting our butts handed to us the last couple weekends. Thankfully, nothing here that was any damage, and I'm actually surprised we didn't have any power outages other than that at work, which I was talking about earlier. It's just crazy, right? Just, like I said, and this is the last 2 weekends. Usually, once in a blue moon you get that, and it's pretty crazy. But then after that, it's usually okay. Get some rain, you get some thunder, who cares, right? As long as it doesn't hit anything, like it did over, like 100 feet from my house, and pretty much blow up my modem and my TV set, which is just awesome. So, these things happen. There's not much you can do about it. Yeah, we had the rain. I'm trying to remember. I think you were pretty close to me, if I'm not mistaken. But we had between the rain on Friday and then the wind on Saturday. It was a pretty interesting day. Again, thank you very much for your support, brother. I appreciate it. There you go. Even Ricardo showed you some love there, Richter. He shared the channel on Discord as well. On my Discord, up on there. So a lot of interesting chats up there. It's really, really good up there. A lot of good conversation. A lot of material, too. Blazing Star, what's going on? He said, whoa. That's how we roll. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't know me, Mom. Oh, that's a good one. Good to see you in there, man. Haven't seen you in a while either. The round ball in the middle looks like an underwater mine that they used in World War II. Yeah, well, that's the actual rocket that was separating. And you can see that, again, this thing coming in from the right. Upper right there. But you can see this thing's flipping and flopping all over the place. So I don't believe for a moment that this thing's spherical at all. And when you actually watch the whole video, you can just see this thing just kind of over end to end, just kind of flopping around. Whitebeard Sky there says all thumbs on all counts. Thumbs up, everyone. This way here, YouTube will more likely share it. Rick, you said, I do love this venue, though. I'll definitely make time for your space, Chris. Oh, yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, I didn't even know you had a channel. And some of these people actually do have channels. So it's kind of like, I'm open to any of that. And anybody who wants to do the same thing, if you're analyzing and being honestly trying to show it to people, I'll be more than happy to push your channel. Because here's the thing. It's like people want more content. They want to see, again, if people are being genuine and trying to show it, and they're not doing like some of these other weird channels where they're, CGIing stuff and everything else. But if you're really looking into these things and you're, totally honest with it, I'm more than willing to back anybody's channel. And here's the thing. It gives these fine folks here something else, another channel to grab onto. And, so they give more content. Like I said, they get more content to watch, right? Mauricio Rocha, what's happening? Good to see you in there. Just popped in here. Webb measures temperature of a rocky exoplanet for the first time. Oh, yeah. What was the temperature? I think it was like 350 degrees Fahrenheit, something like that. Now, I love this because we've talked about this TRAPPIST-1 rather, I'm sorry. When the TRAPPIST-1 system was discovered in 2017, astronomers were excited at the prospect of some of its 7 rocky planets, which are roughly similar to Earth in size and mass, could be habitable. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the way it showed it was like Earth, the third, planet from their star, in TRAPPIST-1. And they said, obviously, it's like in a Goldilocks zone, like the third and fourth planet where, it's like perfect temperature or whatever. But there's one of them just 40 light years from Earth. The planet's orbit closer to their ultra-cool red dwarf than the rocky planets in our solar system. But their star gives off far less energy than our sun. Now, if we go down to, and showing right here, the TRAPPIST-1 planetary system, you can see that. You got the red dwarf, and then, of course, you got TRAPPIST-B exoplanet. And then it's saying potentially habitable planets, E, F, and G, which is really, really wild. So it's showing, like our solar system, and then TRAPPIST-1 system. No or little atmosphere, day temperatures 230 degrees Celsius, right? And I believe they were saying the other one was, let me see, 230 degrees. Okay, yeah. The planet's day side temperature was determined to be 230 degrees Celsius, 450 Fahrenheit. Just about perfect for baking pizza. Sweet, let's eat. But, yeah. The scientists therefore concluded that TRAPPIST-1b has little or no atmosphere. And, of course, that was the first one here. That was B. You can see right there. It's in orange. Said Dirk Roth. She emphasized that other wavelengths would need to be analyzed to confirm the result. But it says, what does it say? But it was certain that the atmosphere did not contain carbon dioxide because that would have absorbed some of the light, she added. An artist's impression of the rocky exoplanets are the ultra-cool red dwarf star of TRAPPIST-1. You can see that right there. They're all almost the same size, except the one on the end here, because you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, sorry. But it looks like they're almost the same, except for this one here, the third one, and the seventh one. Interesting. Yep, absolutely. Ricardo, you're right. And thank you for reminding me. Again, thank you very much for your support. As always, it says some of the other members' channels, Inhabit Mars, that's what it's called, Inhabit Mars, and Mars the Second Genesis. It's been a while since we've heard, Inhabit Mars, he's been in here. Mars the Second Genesis, I'm not sure if he's still making videos, is he? I haven't visited the channel, so I can't say yay or nay, but they're still both really good channels. One does a really analysis of something, does a fantastic job of bringing the stuff out, and the other one pretty much does the same thing. They just go into their own depths of their analysis, which is really awesome. So yeah, Inhabit Mars and Mars the Second Genesis. You guys can write that down. Really, really good channels too. It's been a while since I visited them either or, because I'm lucky to be able to do my own, let alone. But still good channels regardless. Rico pizza, so good. Got that right. Now, for some reason, I'm craving pizza. You don't owe me, Mom? It says, I know there is a lot of debris floating out there, which is a small object appears to be, or maybe a small meteor. Yeah, well, this one almost looked like it changed direction, because when you literally see this thing come up from the side of this and disappears out of the frame, and then all of a sudden it comes this way. So I don't know if it's just the way it looked from that angle that it was still coming this way, but it's weird. You'd have to watch it. Like I said, you got to watch out for these. I think it's right there. Let me see. You can see it right there, and then it starts to come in. But there's also it's right there. And you can see all of these white particles floating around. That's ice. This one here, you can see it just coming in. It's flopping around. Yeah, that's definitely going over end to end, no doubt. Every now and then that will happen, Ricardo. He said, sorry, Chris, I felt like I broke your train of thought there. Sometimes it does, but I'm willing to get these other channels out, so thanks for the heads up. because, like I said, I like to give channels, some love too. So no harm, no foul, right? You don't know me, Mom says, and I feel like there are, wait a minute, just things going on. Organic creatures that actually live in the void of space. The best video of that is the old shuttle tether incident of with the creatures surrounding the tether. Actually, the tether was about a mile long, if I'm not mistaken. It was a mile long, and these look like crafts. Some of these things, they say, were about 300 feet in diameter, and especially the very, very large one. So these, they believe they're spacecraft and not, some kind of like creature or something like that, but who knows, right? Because at first they thought maybe it was close to the camera, but when they seen these things go under the tether and they knew that it was X amount of feet away, then I went, wait a minute, hold on. Because they said no sooner this thing broke away, suddenly these things started to converge on it, and then there was one big one that went under it. They went, wait a minute, hold on. And Habit Maz says, thank you, Ricardo. I feel a video coming out tonight or tomorrow on that UFO. It actually passes in front of the stage that is separating from the rocket. Yes, but also keep in mind in Habit Mars that it literally comes up from the side of it, disappears, excuse me, and then comes back between them. So I'm trying to figure out if it actually does this, goes straight and then comes back around, or it's just the way the angle showed that it was literally just going like this and coming through. I don't know. But to say it was an ice particle, I'm not sure about all that. I'd say at very least it's space debris. That's what I'd call it. Sharpie, what's going on? Good to see you in there. I'm in Lisbon, Portugal. Hi, all. Hey, what's going on? There's an old landlord I had. He was from Lisbon. Portugal. Exactly, Rico. You said it rotates around like a pizza slice or a pickle slice. Absolutely. And again, it has that weird shape, almost like a stop sign kind of thing going on. It's not round at all or spherical, like it says in this article. I'm like, I'm not so sure about all that. Rick, you said tether was 7 kilometers long. Yep. Whitebeard, Sky Daddy, you said, sub to you, Jean Ward, Will Farrar, Jimmy Roberts, many years ago now. All were growing steadily. Then YouTube has frozen the growth of your channels at near the same level. Someone got uncomfortable. Yeah, exactly right. It'd be nothing to see on the average 50 to 100 subscribers a day. Then it fell off. We should have been well over 100,000 people, the subscribers by now, and we haven't. This is the reason why I kind of count on you guys to like spread it through like your channels, or maybe there's Facebook channels you can put the videos on, or some other the social sites, whatever it may be. When I upload, it automatically goes to my Twitter account as well. So I try to have it in a couple venues. It also goes on. I'm going to think about it. Hold on, I can tell you right now. I mean, we still have the Discord as well, but it doesn't go up there. It's not where I'm talking about. It goes on Odyssey.com. Now, the weird thing about Odyssey, and it's not weird at all, in fact, it goes up there and gets uploaded there as well, okay? What's cool about Odyssey, it doesn't have the piss poor quality that YouTube does. And I'll give you guys the links to this. So it goes up there as well. It's actually clearer. I'd say some people have watched up there. Now, of course, you don't get as many people viewing it up there because they're unaware of it. But when you go up there and you look at the video quality, it's actually better. It's not as compressed as much. Here's a link to it right here. I'm going to drop it right now. There you go. And it's the same thing, Mars Anomalies and Beyond. I got, according to this, it's like 344 followers. And it's 721 uploads there, where I have 880 something here. So I think it's just because it does videos and not the actual podcast. I don't think it does those, which shouldn't matter. It's the same. But regardless. And Having Mars, he said the frame that you have it froze on right now, it looks slightly smaller than when it passes between the stages. It is, because it's a little bit more distant away. I think that's when it's going upwards, well, it's going along the side, running horizontally with that booster, and then it disappears, and then it looks like it comes back between them. So I'm going, changes direction. That's a little odd. But like I said, I'm probably going to get a copyright strike on it anyway, but you shouldn't, because it's, you know how that goes. So we'll definitely have to start making some kind of, statements, or just say, oh, this is for, whatever, educational purpose, whatever. Yeah, he usually pops in there, Whitebeard Sky Daddy. He said, John Ward used to join us regularly. I'm going to message him, seeing he may not know you've been hanging out on Sundays. I think he was on last week, wasn't he, guys? Or was he on the week? Was it the weekend before? I'm trying to remember now. But either way. Let me see here. Earth's anisotropic inner core structure driven by dipole geometric field reveals study. A geomagnetic field is generated in Earth's interior and extends into outer space to protect Earth from cosmic radiation and charged particles of solar wind. The magnetic field is generated by a convection of charge. I'm sure it's particles, but generated by charged particles of solar wind. The magnetic field is generated by the convection of charged molten iron fluids in Earth's outer core. Learn something new every day. Oh, yeah. Rick, you said the STS-75 notes on the use of the tether over 19 kilometers. It's 12 miles. Okay. So I was only off about 11. Don't worry about it. But either way, oh my God. So of the tether were deployed over a period of 5 hours before the tether broke. I thought it was shorter than that. I don't know why. But regardless, it's even worse. You got a 12-mile tether. This thing goes under it. Now, there's a bunch of them flowing above it and so on and so forth, but there's little ones going under it. Then you see this real large one going under it. You go, how big is that damn thing? It's huge. The thing's absolutely huge. So I don't know if they said it couldn't have been 300 miles wide, but either way, it was quite large. You can see it going under the tether. So this wasn't something, at first, again, they thought it was some kind of particles or some kind of debris that was given off when that tether came out. But after the things were going under it, they're going, okay, hold on. Because it did drift away quite a bit from the actual shuttle, right? So when they seen that, they're going, oh, okay, I don't know what to make of that. And then, because like one by one, they started just kind of like converging on it, and then they were all over the damn place. It makes you wonder what the hell that was, right? Let's see. Yeah, I remember that too, Ricardo. He said first video of Jean Ward's I ever watched was not Mars related. It was repurposing the satellite dish of the 3 and 4G mobile internet signal reception boosting. Yep. It was like a free-to-air dish, I believe it was. Then again, it could have been a regular satellite dish, meaning from a company as opposed to free-to-air type thing. But either way, I remember that as well. All right, Samo, Goofonian Rockstar says, always a pleasure. We going live. We'll be back. Love to the fam, Chris. Oh, I appreciate it, man. And thanks for always stopping in. And I appreciate your, cheering on the people, so to speak. And yeah, drop it anytime, you know. You know it. There should be, Ricardo. You should be able to get some kind of magnetic field out of that. Like you said, if it's spinning. I noticed you put the second comment after that. I was going to suggest the same thing until I seen that second one. But yeah, I mean, stationary, I'm not sure either. But yeah, spinning, I know it will actually make some kind of magnetic field. And I'm almost positive the more you heat like a core type thing, you can get some kind of magnetic out of it. It's been so darn long. Remember, we used to do that stuff, and they'd have some kind of things you can do in class with magnetic, magnets and all kinds of stuff. It's pretty funny. People would be jerking around these things, making all kinds of weird stuff. So, yeah. Jacqueline Hilliard, he said they are mining on the moon, so they have to have transports and a place to transport or the refined product to here on Earth. It makes sense. There are ships that transport the product. Well, like I said, I mean, I don't believe they've ever stopped going to begin with to the moon since the missions. And if they set up base on the moon, then clearly they're doing either the helium-3 or other, it could be anything, right? Like now they're finding more water, so they're going to need the water anyway for fuels and stuff like that. So I don't believe they ever stopped going. There's a really big purpose why they went to begin with. And I think it started off as, like I said, a recon mission. And then, like I said, if I was the one to discover something on the moon, and this is by flybys, and I don't mean landing, if I was the one that did that, and I said, wait a minute, oh my God, and you took a high-quality photo of these areas, and you saw things clearly that we didn't put there, meaning the United States, or any other country, because it's too far sophisticated, you're going to want to go up there, and you're going to want to investigate every inch of that thing. And if you think about it, how long were the missions of each of these missions? So knowing that they went up there, like I said, I think what they showed the public was a bunch of crap. It was just a homemade video kind of thing. The real deal was they actually went, and we didn't watch it. So I think what happened was they were up there for the recon mission and, doing all kinds of studies on these things. And they're not going to stop going. They're going to be like, listen, we need to make a base because we need to analyze everything we can, anything and everything. So either it's technology we can use or just simple, just to see what it is. It could be materials that we don't have. It could be just technology we don't have. Is it something we can live in and turn it into our own base? And we don't have to bring a thing here. So, like I said, they could retrofit anything if they really wanted to. Like I said before, if you retrofit a space shuttle, you got the bay that you can open up and you can carry cargo. The astronauts are already in a spacesuit. So you basically got their own atmospherics kind of thing. They can breathe and everything else, everything they got to do. I'm not sure how they would land on the moon unless there was already some kind of landing strip of some sort. But they could do that. How much effort would it be to take off from the moon? Not like Earth. You remember how the Enterprise had to take off? It had to be on the back of a 747, I think it was, and launch from there. So, but if you were coming back off the moon, if it was feasible at the time, it would take hardly any fuel to get off the moon. And all you got to do is just get a trajectory to Earth, come in, and there you go. So I really believe that they really never stopped going, and who knows if they didn't have some kind of some of these shuttles retrofitted some of them and just kept going. Now I know there was a couple that were decommissioned. They were in Kakistan in a giant hangar and basically just going to hell. Wasn't doing much of anything in there. They're just rotting away. But who knows, right? Could build any other spacecraft, something a lot more modern. Steve Garnham, what's going on? Good to see you in there, man. He said, hi, Chris and everyone. I'm a bit late tonight. Just a tad. But still glad to see you in there. Let's see. This is Dumb NWO. Hi from the UK. Well, what's going on? I think you're kind of new to here. Welcome aboard. Good to have other people in there. Whitebeard Sky Daddy says there must be some mental mechanism involved. I have to refresh and reinforce the self-discover reality against the supposed state reality, every so often, so much activity above our atmosphere. Yeah, this... before I seen that tether incident, I was just like, okay, what's the big deal? So I'm watching and I'm going, okay, what are those things? It just didn't make sense. I'm looking at things, and what are these things? There's a lot more. I remember back in the 80s, I'd lay on the hood of my car, just look up in the night skies, you see all kinds of stuff. Now, don't get me wrong, there's satellites going around our planet, so that may be what I was seeing. But there's other things that would actually literally just kind of take a turn. Different directions. I'm going, okay, if those are satellites, they wouldn't be doing that. And a plane is just not going to make a about face. So what are these things? But yeah, just look up in the night sky. Just make sure there's not a whole lot of light pollution. And just lay down and just, even if it's grass, whatever, don't matter. Just look up at the sky, man. You're just like, what is going on up there? Now, of course, we're, bounced here in the early 20s and 2020s. And God knows how much trash we got out there now. We got a ton of it, that's for sure. Dicomad says, what do you think about the Fitbit reports that were reports of Antigot a few years ago before they fixed that? Oh, that was when they were talking about people who were joggers and stuff. Was it that up there? And they were seeing people up there. Is that what the one you're talking about? Oh, okay. Steve, you're talking to Goat but you said I've been listening from the beginning, but I was driving. Yeah, let's not try to talk or type it while you're driving. Yeah, I see what you put on there. You don't know me, Mom. It says, where did we get the legend of dragons? Well, a lot of it was from ancient civilizations in China, of course. Of course, they had different reasons for calling certain things that, right? Symbolic, whatever it may be. Youngster 78. Maybe we could use a giant slingshot on the moon. Interesting. Just cock it back. All right, keep pushing it back. Ping. Believe it or not, as silly as that sounds, you could actually do that. I mean, as silly as it does. But they probably want to be a little more high-tech than that. Doc Jock, what's going on? Wiser for the wear. What's up, y'all? What's going on? Good to see you in there. Jacqueline Hilliard says, thanks, I agree. They never stopped. Again, I wouldn't. And if I could just steal the money, had enough money to keep on with these missions, darn right I'm going to keep going. Why would I stop? And again, you'd have to set up shop, so to speak. You'd have to build some kind of, and when you think base, people think, oh, it's Moon Base Alpha. They don't have to be extravagant and that large. It just has to be a structure that people can live in, oxygen, everything they need, food, whatever. Live there. They go out in spacesuits and they simply go to each of these, they can have several of these small little outposts, go out there and investigate certain, like these group of people have to look at whatever that's there. Maybe there's structures, spacecraft, whatever's there, alien tech or whatever, and that's the group of people that does that area. Then you got other people doing that one. Then you got other people doing that one. And they're just, either sending it back or they're just, sending the information back to Earth. Oh, this is what it's made out of. It's an iron core. It's whatever it is, and they're saying this is a technology we've never seen, blah, 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 blah. And that's all they got to do. They don't have to continuously go back and forth, but they will need some kind of way to eat. So you'd have to think that some kind of supply is got to be brought up there or something, unless they're, like a Star Trek. It's like, blah, 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 and just bring up your own food. It just materializes, which I highly doubt. But you know what I'm saying. It's, you know, like I said, I would never stop going, that's for sure. Let me see. Yeah, where's Mr. Cragen anyway? Where's he at? Oh, okay, Youngster, you said, yeah, like a railgun. Yeah, yep. When they were actually going to do that. Weren't they actually going to do like to be able to launch some of these things, like almost like a, like you said, like the rail gun, but it was almost like the shuttle type thing, and it would just launch it and just do it that way. And there's another one that has like, it almost looks like it's in a round circle. It's just going to be like shoot these things straight up into space. They're working on all kinds of weird stuff. If you get enough force to do that, you're using less fuel to get out of the Earth's atmosphere, right? Goldhar, you said ancient people found dino bones, I guess, made them up with the dragon thing. Who knows? Well, yeah. Sharpie said, how did Saturn V take off without anyone knowing? What are you talking about? Like the if they continue to go to the moon? I guess what you're talking about? Okay, yeah. So you're saying 18, 19, and 20. Well, here's the thing. If they don't, a lot of times they'll advertise it. You know, like SpaceX is taking off Saturday from, Florida or whatever. You know what I mean? So we're assuming that they're still using a Saturn V or something similar. If they're using something much more different, like the military, and if they're using some kind of other propulsion, we would never know. Like I said before, I said this a while back. What happens if they retrofitted an SR-71 with different engines? It's basically almost, you can't see it with radar. Again, they're in their the astronauts are in their suits and everything else. Fly there, come back. How many people would see that? How many radars would see that? So, you do it at a time of night, people wouldn't even think none the wiser. If the airport was, I'm going to just throw a number, 5 miles away from my house, and this thing take off, I'd be like, it's just another plane taking off. I wouldn't think nothing of it. And if it was going out into space and it was like I said, basically not visible with radar, again, who would know? Whitebeard Sky Daddy says, that's all I had to do. Look up at night, and eventually it was, let me see, back in the mid-'80s. Earth tech was exploding already, but not yet sufficient to describe many of the events occurring. Exactly. So you're just looking at it like, okay. But then again, the military is way ahead of what we know, we the people know, right? So who knows at this point? Yeah, Steve got him. Yeah, they sneak him out at night. You're talking to Sharpie there. That's sweet. You said channel called what was it? Krakenford does a YouTube channel explain the origins of dragons. Highly recommend. Erwan Ziggy, I guess it's the first name, or one on there. It says, hey, Chris, Chris from way down in Papamoa Beach, New Zealand. Keep up the great work. Be good to see more on Antarctica. Oh, no doubt. I think I have like one or two of them that was given to me before, uh, with Sarah and Julia. I think I have another one, which is really bizarre when you see this thing. Um, I know I had them. I put them in a folder, so we're going to definitely get into those too. You don't know me, Mom says. Replicator technology is an old concept. Really, I'm betting that food replicators are in all underground bases. Yeah, I mean, if that's true, then obviously we don't have to worry about that. But something has to be brought up in there for that machine to do that, right? So even if you could picture like Star Trek and and make that weird noise and the door would open up and there's a plate of food, there still had to be some kind of ingredients you'd have to put into this machine in order to do that. So somehow they'd have to get supplies, one way or the other, right? But again, if you can do it with ease, depending on propulsion, anti-gravitics, whatever it may be, if you use something like that, you probably wouldn't need a whole lot of fuel at all, meaning that would be your propulsion. And, you can come and go as you please. And as long as it's almost invisible to any kind of radar, you don't have to worry about it. You literally back and forth. Nobody even knows. Come back when it's like super night, meaning 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock, everybody's, in bed. Go to that certain area when it's that time of night, just fly right in. Who would know? I wouldn't. I'd hear planes coming and going. I wouldn't think nothing of it. Rockstar 8970 Abel says, cheers. What's going on, man? Good to have you in there. Cheers. Let's see. Rick, you said the last president made a slip alluring to a 300-man space lift capability. That would imply a reactionless of drive capability of some sort of serious stealth. Don't know the validity of that. And that's the thing, right? It's kind of like we want to believe that, but if you're being rational and you go, well, okay, I'm not just going to believe everything, then what I'll do is I'll investigate. And sometimes it's a dead end, right? You hear that and then you never hear another thing about it. And that's what sucks. Whitebeard Sky Daddy said, humor me. What if dragons are the origin of dragons? This realm we inhabit was prepared for us. Apparently, it can change drastically quite quickly, contrary to what many experts believe. I don't know. I really don't know the answers to that. I really don't know the answers to that. At some point, I don't know. You know how like you always see like dragons. People talk about how they found like small dragons and big dragons, whatever. I don't know. Is it real or not? Rico, yeah, there you go. Remember that episode, Trouble with Tribbles? Food full of tribbles. Let's see. This thing jumped on me. I got to go back here a little bit and see what happens. Let's see. Let me see. Mr. McGurk, you said, hi, Chris. Your thoughts on the crater that looks like a quarry? Looks pretty cut and dry to me. Well, there are, and I'm trying to remember what crater you're talking about. Oh, God, what was it? In fact, we had done that. We've done this before, where it looks like some kind of, mining equipment, and it's literally looks like it's going on in that crater. Oh, boy, what was it? It's been a while since we've done it, too. Tommy Cockles, you said so many secret stuff sent up. Yeah, that's a fact. Yep. And like I said, we don't we're, to, we're totally not in privy of this stuff. I mean, come on. Like I said, if you live next to an airport, the last thing you think about is, I wonder if those planes are top secret. One of them is, and it's going to take off and go to the moon today. You would never think of that. The average person's going to go, yeah, I hear it all the time. I'm so accustomed to hearing planes. I go to sleep and it's not even a problem. And like I said, if they got the technology, like I said, you can combine spacecraft, right? Like I said, an SR-71, you can retrofit it with different engines. You can, the astronauts would fit in the thing like, in the SR-71. Or they can modify this thing, make it two-seater, or make it so you can have other people in it. Who knows? But you combine the technology, and you get something that can go back and forth to the moon, with nobody knowing, come in and out of there with no problem at all, back to the moon, there and back. Nobody would know. Unless, of course, you're actually seeing them coming down in daylight. You're like, where'd you just come from? But even then, if you saw it landing on an airfield, you wouldn't think it just came from space. It's the last thing you'd think of. At least the average person wouldn't think of that. Zeeman crater. Okay. Yep. And there was another one, too. I'm trying to remember what the name of that one was, too. There was another large one that looked like it had machines in it. But regardless, I mean, it's crazy stuff on this moon. So if it's not ours, and we're not mining, or haven't, yet, then what was? And here's the weird thing. You look at some of this mining stuff, or some of this equipment, or some of these other things I've seen in these photos, there's a lot of things that look very similar to what we have. So you go, okay, so is it possible that, again, what's his name, Wilcox, I think it was, it says we're a civilization with amnesia. Is it possible that we were much more advanced thousands upon thousands of years ago, long before the Egypts and everything else, and somehow the planet got wiped out, and then we had to rebuild, and we started off slowly again? And this happens over a course of times, over and over and over again. So is it possible we were super technologically advanced back in the day, or it was another civilization that was very similar to us, and they put those things on the moon, and they were mining back then, and that's what we're seeing? I don't know. Oh, okay, I got you. Totally misunderstood you there, Whitebeard Sky Daddy. So what I'm getting at, Chris, is the dragon comment is, it was a very slow gradient process of coming to believe that there was once a large civilization on Mars, but images of city grids that changed my mind. Yeah, I mean, because I've done a couple of those too, right? And I don't know if you've seen it, because Thomas has done some pretty cool stuff, which looks like a, what did he call it? The Martian. Oh God, what was it? It's basically stones in a circle, almost like, what do you call it? Stonehenge. And they go out, they're round, and they go out in different directions, which is really weird. You'd have to check his channel out. Mars, Moon, Space. Really, really good channel. And he just done this recently, I think, because he had it up on Facebook, so on a couple of these sites, stuff like that, on a couple of these pages up there. So I don't know if he's done a video, but I'm sure he has. Really, really cool stuff. And you go, there's no way this is natural. The way these rocks are laid out, there's just no way. Yeah, really cool stuff. And some of them will look like roadways and everything else. No. Like the one I've done that, I always think of these other channels that are so old. Let me see if I can find it on here. Where it literally looked like highways and roadways, connecting to each other, and had UFO evidence, I think it was. UFO evidence 1, I think it's called, where he showed what looked like roadways. So, after I got, and he stopped doing videos long ago, and I'm not sure if the person's still around, but I kind of wish they still did videos, because when he was doing it, I actually gave a shout out to his channel, and it helped his channel back then. He was like, "Oh, I appreciate you doing that," because it looks like roadways. And what I do is I took it and I ripped it apart myself, and oh my God, this 100% looks like roadways, the raised roadways, and what look like structures all in between there. It's just, there's no way that's natural. Mr. McGurk said, sorry if it's off topic, but read a story about the XR-37B. Okay, space plane that the orbits line up for going to Mars. Well, here's the funny part. We've always said this because it was up there for I think it was up to 2 years when they first put it up there, right? And of course, they said they were doing scientific experiments. In other words, vague and not going to tell you anything. But it was going for like 2 years. I went, 2 years. Imagine that. They have to wait every 2 years to go to Mars. Huh. Is it possible as an unmanned craft then to test it out? And basically, that was a miniature, space shuttle. That's all it is. Just like they took it and shrunk it down. And it just didn't. And wasn't it just recently too? They just had done another flight up there at least around Earth. Seemed to me there was just another mission it had just done. Maggie Bolin says, hello from the Baltic Sea. What's going on there, Mackie? I think you were in here last week, weren't you? Oops. Inhabit Mars. He says, wow, I'm enhancing the image of the UFO. That's the one we just showed in next to the rocket. It is octagonal. Every other segment of the 8 sides has a darker portion like windows or something. Definitely going to have to do a video on this. Oh, see, this is what I was talking about. It's like a stop sign shaped. And that's without even analyzing or ripping this thing apart. But yeah, some crazy stuff on there, right? Yeah, I'd like to see you do a video about it. That'd be pretty interesting. Ricardo, he said the arrangement of the stones in a triangle or Stonehenge is something Sean Ward has highlighted too. In the 19th century, scientists wanted to use huge geometric shapes on the ground, triangles, to signal to extraterrestrials of presence. Well, it's like the Nazca lines, right? They were saying that you can only see them from the air, and that they don't know if it was. I don't know if it was like they were thinking because it was for their gods and they were putting them up there, or they were trying to show other people passing by, so to speak, like spacecraft, and said, "Oh, there must be a civilization on it," because you can see these things are huge. I mean, if you're in the lower atmosphere, you can see them; they're that large. So who knows, right? This thing does this. Steve, you said, I'm always wondering where the missing stones at Stone Age have gone. Yeah, some of them I thought said some of them were still in the ground, like they had sank into the ground, or people have taken them. Could have been for anything. Kind of like they did to Egypt. They took a lot of them stones off the pyramids to build the structures they have today, or back in the day, to help build their buildings and their houses and stuff like that. So that wouldn't surprise me if they did something along them lines. And wasn't there another one that was very similar to the Stonehenge? It was in another area of the world, and a lot of it was actually buried. Only some of the stones were sticking out of the ground, and then when they uncovered it, it was quite large stones. Which one are you talking about, Shabby? You said, can you show it again? You're talking about the right here. Talking about this piece here. Yeah, Shabby, there you go. What about Avebury? Yep. Same. Well, look at they got there. Pretty crazy. Rick Dury said the thing that got me going on YouTube vids was a Mars rover from November 2012, and of course you give the JPEG. well, ID number. And I eventually did a vid. Not very good quality. Was learning from scratch on YouTube construction. Yeah, I get that. I mean, but see, that's what I'm saying. This is how I started. I started seeing different things. There was two people that I watched when I first got on there, and of course other people. But like I said, when I started seeing things, I'm going, that doesn't look natural. And some of the things they skip right over, and you're going, how did you miss that? And for me, I could see like lines that look like objects, but yet, again, I always use the terminology, it looks like Casper, where you can see the outline of him, and he's still transparent, so you can see the outline, but you couldn't see the actual color of the object, or it didn't look like it was solid, but it was embedded in the photo. I'm going, how does that make sense? So after I started going into these things and started learning how they were, covering these things up, manipulating, centering, whatever, I kind of figured out what they were doing. I mean, you can actually bring this stuff out. As long as you can bring the lines back out of the photo from, I call it the overlay, from under the overlay, you can bring the lines back out. You can find out what's somewhat there, meaning it's not natural or something else, and you can bring that stuff out. Yeah, Pete Ferrero, yep. East Island, Isle, if you want to call it that, figures are buried. Well, yeah, remember they were just coming out of the head, and maybe the like the breastplate type thing. It was just it's all you saw. But then when they dug down, these things are what, 20, 30 feet? They're huge. Exactly, Ricardo. Yep. There's nothing more satisfying than learning to use Photoshop or GIMP, etc., to work on the photos yourself and uncover stuff. And that's what it's all about. This is the reason why, like I said before, I always give the links so people can grab these things and say, oh, I'm going to look at it myself. Some people will come up with different theories, or what they're seeing is slightly different, or it's different altogether. That's fine. The question still stands, is it real or is it natural? No matter what we call it, we could be totally different on what we find, our conclusions, but one conclusion comes, it's like it's either natural or it's not. And 99% of the time, if we see something, like I said, you can call it whatever, a piece of machinery, and this person might say, well, no, I see it differently this way, but I know for a fact it's not natural. So that's the whole idea of that. Skip Rope, what's going on? He said, you did, I don't know if it was Me with the Moon, I believe. Something, it says any. This is what got me hooked. Yeah, I mean, again, so many things to see that do not belong on the moon's surface and on Mars and wherever else. Like I said, I think as soon as they saw what's on the moon, now keep in mind, they were doing missions long before they sending anything to Mars, because even back in 75, 76, when they had the lander, they knew then they had a camera on it. They knew then they probably saw structures and everything else and said, we got to get there. It's no different than what they saw on the moon. So I don't care if you're looking at it with a super powerful giant telescope and you're looking directly at the moon, you can probably see structures on there and you go, okay, that's square, that's rectangular. Okay, they're right in the same area together. Clearly that's not a regular mountain or mound or whatever you want to call it, or crater. Different things. It doesn't look like it's something that's natural. Then you got more technology, you got, looked at more, and then you send up maybe a probe or some kind of orbiter, and then you had the LRO, and then you had whatever, and then next thing you know, you're going, oh, we got to land there. They did a couple missions. They didn't, Apollo missions. They did not land until on the 11th Apollo mission. So they're orbiting to find out where to land. They're within 75 miles of the at least the LRO was, or is, it's 75 miles off the surface of the moon. If these guys did the same thing with really good cameras, and they did have really good cameras considered back then they've seen these things and they're going, we need to go up there. We need to get a piece of that. And that's what they're doing. It's no different. Rick, you said all my vids are done. Just using current video tools and I'm sorry, with Windows 10 Pro. Nothing fancy. No extra cost involved except for the final compile program. Authoring was difficult. Pay for the tool for that. Well, yeah, I mean, some things you have to, put some money out, right? But even then, you can use GIMP. You can use the old Photoshop. You don't have to use the newest ones. I think mine is CS6 Pro. So mine's not even the newest one as far as Photoshop. And yet I can pull that stuff out. So it's all about bringing the lines out that are in the photo. Now, they may not amount to squat. But on the other side of the token, when you see it, you're going, okay, some of the stuff, well, at least a good majority of it, is much more than natural. Sharpie says, got to go now. I have a flight to the UK in a few hours. Sorry, folks. No, I'm glad you stopped in there. I think this is still John, right? Shh, don't say nothing. Sharpie. So, yeah, I mean, have a safe trip, and thanks for dropping in as always. Appreciate it. It does, the X-37B. It does look pretty cool, though, doesn't it? Yeah. Like I said, it's like the miniaturized shuttle. They just shrank it down. Bye, all. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, Chris. Yeah, Rick, exactly. He said, I'm just pointing out that anyone can do it as long as they have a decent screen video card. Yeah, absolutely. Because that's, mine's basically a gaming computer, so, high definition, everything else like that. It definitely helps 100%, 150%. Gene Borsier, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He said, from all the videos I've looked at, I believe that there is 3 different X-37B models. I'm trying to remember if you may be right, because I'm trying to remember if was it the wing configuration or something was slightly different on those? I could be wrong, but I think so. Let's see. Michael Holm, he said, those glass and metal beads come from the sun going nova 12,800 years ago. That's also one reason they went to the moon. It confirmed the nova, hence their sad faces when they landed. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's probably an assortment of reasons why, they went to the moon, right? I think it was just a recon mission, personally. However, that doesn't mean they didn't do other experiments, right? It's like I explained before, when the Apollo mission, Apollo 11 mission, astronauts returned, they were totally like bummed out. They were just kind of like all silent to themselves and everything else. So if they did go there, let's say they were briefed on what was on the moon and why they're going there. And this is in addition to any other, experiments. And one of them was to say, listen, by the way, this is what you're going to find on the moon. And then people go, oh my God, what is that? Yeah, these are structures and some kind of weird crafts and technology. This is what you're going for, okay? So now you go up there, and of course, again, they totally brief you. You go up there. The second you get off our little capsule, or the lander rather, you get off there and you're looking at these things and you're at awe, And again, it was funny because one of the questions they asked on the press conference is like, did you see the stars? I would not see one star. I'm not there for that. I've got my mind. I'm totally psyched. I'm going to see something I shouldn't be seeing. I'm going to get there and I'm going to go, oh my God, look at the size of these things. These things are absolutely huge, and it's nothing we've built ourselves. Nobody on the planet, if they can look at it and they say, well, it's been here for quite a few years, because again, the ancient texts talk about how there was wars on the moon and Mars, So let's say they're looking at dilapidated kind of things on the moon, weird, crazy stuff. There's no way you come back and just be super excited and go, yeah, it was a great trip. You're just going to be like, and when you get back, they go, okay, we're sorry. But you can't say a word to anybody. How do you do that? You're so excited. The only thing you can do is talk amongst yourselves about it, and that's it. That's where it dies. Everybody was saying, like Buzz, when, we were talking about him going to Antarctica. And it's like they're probably thinking, hey, we can trust him. He kept the moon, information, everything about the moon. He's kept it to himself all the time. We can show it to him. And he's interested in going there. Let's go show him what's going on up there. He's been quiet ever since. Now, even him, he became a recluse when he came back. He just, boom, every one of them went into hiding. They didn't want to be interviewed. Why? It had to have been something. So it just makes you wonder, and it doesn't take much to think about it. It's like, okay, they've seen something up there they shouldn't have seen. And I can imagine how that would freak you out if you're standing there in the presence of these things going, good God, and these are not ours? So this came from another civilization. Think about that a minute. It's one thing if it's humans. You go, oh, okay. Maybe they built it, they failed, and it crashed on the moon. All right, it's easy to understand. But if it's knowing it's not yours, that's crazy. Because you're going, wow. So all kinds of questions come in here. How long has it been here? Who put it here? Why was it here? I mean, the list goes on. Dykomet, you said, what are your thoughts on Nibiru? Now, there's a lot of people doing videos about Nibiru. Oh, look, you can see it. They're baked. The only thing I could say is that when you read about Nibiru in the stories, the ancient text, it's a planet that's elliptical orbit, comes into our solar system every 3,500 years, I believe, or 3,600 years, and then back out. And the story goes that they were, the Anunnaki came, of course, from Nibiru, changed Neanderthals to thinking and reasoning people, had them mine gold, take it back to Nibiru, line their atmosphere because it got close to the sun, and I guess it would keep the atmosphere in and whatever else when they're away from our solar system, whatever. But this is the way the story went. Now, is there any validity to it? Was it just a sci-fi writer back in the day? Who the hell knows? But they have found, well, I guess it would be the 9th planet now, not a 10th, but they have found another planet out there that's making the outer, whether it be Pluto and other closer planets. But there is, again, they're saying there's more than just Pluto out there now. There's other bodies out there, and they've got wobble. So the thing is, and they did say they found either a 9th or a 10th planet. Again, if you're going by Pluto still being a planet, which they categorized now, it's no longer a planet, it's just a body. But they have said they found another planet, but they said, oh, it's not planet X, or, meaning 10. It's ridiculous. But they knew a lot of things. They're not stupid, at least not in them ancient writings. Ricardo, appreciate it, man. He said, lens cloth money for the JPO boys from James. Where is James anyway? Anybody know where? Actually, it's a legit question. Where's he been? Hope he's doing all right. But again, thank you, Ricardo. Appreciate you. Get a hand clap from him. Oh, yeah. Pete Ferrari said the military needed Buzz to verify what they found related to he saw on the moon. Well, again, because a lot of these astronauts talked about how, like, this spaceship sitting on the edge of the crater, and they're very big, they're watching us. I'm going, okay, so when we hear the story about them saying we shouldn't return to the moon, why did they just chase them off right then and there, if that's true? I mean, maybe they were just about as curious about us as we were about them, although we weren't supposedly there for that reason. So if there was some aliens quote unquote, on the moon, then they must have been going, "What are you doing snooping in our backyard?" I mean, think about it. I don't know. There's so many conflicting things back and forth. You don't know which is real. But this is the reason why you don't get into too much of that, because some people, you can argue either side if you really think about it. And I can go with a lot of the reasoning behind it. But then some of it's just conflicting, Pat Owen, what's going on? Good to see you in there, man. Glad you made it in there. He said, "Hey, Chris, long time no see. You unsubscribed me from your channel. I'm glad to see you again." See, this is what I'm saying, folks. You got to go back to it. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if you are, make sure you hit the notification buttons, both of them, because it says messages and videos or something along them lines. Make sure they're both ticked. So, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I don't know how many people have said that so far. Oh, I've been unsubscribed. I don't know if it's maybe if for some reason people don't watch the videos after a while, it automatically kicks them off. Don't know why it would do that. But maybe if you don't watch a channel for X amount of time, it automatically just boots you off. Would that make sense to anybody? I don't know. Rico, rumble on the moon. Well, again, they did say there was actually a war on the moon and Mars. Maybe this is the reason why we're seeing things that look like they're in ruins and stuff like that, both on the moon and Mars. I don't know. That's Sproxy? How do you pronounce that? He said, "Remember the first interview when they were back from the moon? Very strange atmosphere." Yeah, they were totally out of it. They didn't want to be there. They were being questioned, and they're just sitting there going, "Oh, my God." They're just going, "Somebody kill me." I mean, that's basically what their attitude. They just didn't want to be there. And if I was there and I got debriefed, and, of course, they had to stay in that room, it was basically a makeshift decontamination thing, or decompression, whatever it was, in case there was germs or any of that sort. They had to be in there for like several days, I think, or a week, or whatever the hell it was. I forget what it was. But the thing is, it's like, when they left, they were like, "Yeah, we're all going there. This is going to be great. We're going to go into the moon," and blah, blah, blah. They come back, they're all like somber moods, and they were just like, they didn't want to be there. They just really didn't want to be there. That tells me that two things happened. They seen something on the moon, even though they were briefed. Still going there is an entirely different ball game. Like, you go there and you're going, yeah, we're going to see these spacecraft, whatever. This is exciting. Can't wait to see this. And then you get there, and then they're like, "Oh my God, you're actually standing there next to these things, and they're huge," or whatever they are. And again, knowing that they're not ours or nobody's on Earth, that's going to be the weirdest feeling. And then you get back and you say, "Well, by the way, we're going to be going to some kind of press conference, and don't say a word." What do you mean we can't? This is like the news that the whole planet should hear. You can do that, and you and your family will disappear. Okay, gotcha. So whatever, gag order, whatever it was. What would that be like? Think about this, guys. If you were one of those astronauts, went up there and seen what they saw, came back, not allowed to say a word to anybody, not even your wife, even though maybe she can keep a good secret. Who knows? But you couldn't say a word to nobody. What do? That'd be hell. I'm trying to get the information, and you can't. Yeah, it was. The Apollo 11 press conference was painful to watch. Yeah, I totally agree. Gene Borsier, you said there's a handful of astrophysicists who are saying that they believe that the moon is Nibiru. Instead, Nibiru heading back out the last time, they just parked it here. It makes easier for them to travel. Yeah, but they said that. I thought Nibiru was much bigger than Earth, if my memory serves. But, never heard of that theory. That's a possibility. They came here and just said, well, maybe we'll stay on the moon and we'll watch what happens on, these beings and watch them evolve and see what they become. And they're basically the watchers watching over the planet. Like the Egyptian, texts write about. They said, we did build the pyramids with the help from the overseers, or something along them lines. It was the overseers, So Is it possible? No, don't know. Whitebeard Sky Daddy said the Apollo 11 crew did not act like the men who just conquered anything. Exactly. This is the biggest thing since man has ever done. Like I said, that's why when I watch, I'm talking about painful, when I watch the videos of the mission on the moon, I actually laugh. Stop. It's like, yeah, we're going down here. And they're cracking jokes and everything else. Oh, yeah. What was it? What was that? What was that house rock, they call it? There's a big rock. They were going down. They said, man, this thing's big. And, I can understand having conversations like that. Said, yeah, we're not even there next yet. This thing is huge. And it does look like some kind of structure or something, because you can see like what looks like a cutout in this rock, and it looks like it's very clean corners cut out. I think they call it either face rock or house rock. It's one of the two. And when they get down to this thing, it's huge. It's a good-sized rock. I don't know. But when you look at this thing up close, you go, okay, clearly that's not just a rock. It's just not. And like I said, these people weren't going there just for that. And they're sure in hell not going to be playing games, get out the 9-iron and hitting golf balls. Come on. This thing's going to be super serious. Like I said, all work, man. That's all there is to it. Get it done. Let's get off this rock. Head back with our findings and our experiments done, so on and so forth. But they put on a show for the people, and like I said, a lot of that could have been done right here on Earth. But some of them, I don't know. Remember when they had Walter Cronkite on? And there's a video out there where it shows that they're panning out and they're going to the right. All of a sudden, it looks like this giant white cube on the ground, and then you start to see it pan away to the left again. I'm like, check that out. So you can see that. So right off the bat, it was a dead giveaway. There's something else on that moon, and that's what they were there for. Pat, you said, and I think I know which one you're talking about. He said, I heard Buzz Aldrin say he never went to the moon at all. I wonder if it was a deep fake. Well, was that the one with the little girl who asked him if he'd been to the moon? Because I'm trying to remember how that video went, because if you read into what he really says, he just said we haven't gone again, or whatever he said. I forget how he puts it, but he said we never went to the moon, and he said something else, and the way it was interpreted, he said like you never went to the moon, and that's not true. Hey, Mags K, what's going on? Good to see you in there. Oh, I agree, Pat. He said, I just like deep fake technology. Yeah, not good. See, there's some images I was just looking at earlier. Some of these things are wild. Here's the thing. People go, well, the Hasselblad, was garbage, compared to what we got now. That's not entirely true. The Hasselblads were really cutting edge back in the day. And look at these things. It's like, to me, that's a crap photo. And the light is behind them, so it's not like they're, it's going to be like totally, basically too lighted out and too contrasted. It's not like that at all. But yet, grainy, doesn't look good, looks like trash. And you see right here, they got this thing here on the ground. And you can see a ring here. I guess they were trying to see how far they can go down in this thing. Of course, this is other testing equipment, so to speak. Yeah, there's a lot of these things. If you just get into it, you just see a whole lot of it. Look at this. What is this garbage? Oh, come on. The moon video I'm going to show you guys, this is going to be coming up next. I'm going to try to get this out on Monday if I can. But look at this. What is this piece of trash? Here, not so bad. You can see in the foreground, you can see some rocks, right? Like if we click on this, I can go down to the bottom. Okay, you can see a couple rocks, kind of grainy, doesn't look the best. Go up here. What is that? Man, there's so many things in these photos, it's not even funny. You got to bring the contrast back into these photos, folks. That's the thing. because the lines are embedded in these photos. They haven't been taken out. If you wash out the photo like an overlay, all the lines still remain in there. The idea is to bring the lines back out as dark as you can make them without actually messing the photo up. And you see things in there you shouldn't see. A lot of things. And in fact, like I said, the one coming up, you're going to be like, what the hell is that? Yeah, I mean, it's almost like they want you to think it's like the way they blend this, where you can see right here, there's almost like a cutoff line right here where it's actually real surface. And then back here just goes right to crap. Like they've redone it and made it look like this. No, cameras were more than capable of taking better pictures than that. I promise you that. See right here right here close here, looks pretty good. Even back there looks pretty decent. But again, you bring the lines out, there's much more in this photo. Yep. Ricardo said very overexposed. Whitebeard Sky Daddy, bright enough? Oh my God. All right, Skip Roby said, gotta run. Thanks, man. Keep up the great work. What if it was our stuff up there from Black Ops in the 50s, Dr. Greer? It's possible. Like I said, I mean, but some of the stuff I've seen, it looks like it's really advanced technology or very, very large. And I don't know if we could have gotten all that to the moon back then. You know what I mean? But thanks for being here. Thanks for the questions and comments. Appreciate it. Have yourself a good week coming up there, right? I mean, I can look at just about any of these photos. Now, keep in mind, this is Apollo 16 photos here, right? Looks pretty, pretty decent, right? What happened in the background? It's literally without any kind of contrast or anything. Don't see any rocks, no craters. You might see a couple little in the back, but that's it. You can literally see, in fact, I can see it right here. Check this out. This is cool. Well, I'm already zoomed in, but right here underneath this satellite dish, there is a line right here. Okay? Right there. Well, you can, looks like they've drawn in and redid this background so that you can't see it. What's sitting in that crater right there? Right there, and put it right in the center. Something's sitting right there in that crater. Now, it couldn't be nothing more than a large rock. Oh, yeah, look at some of these rocks in here. The shapes of this one on the far right. It's funny how you see like an area where it has no rocks whatsoever, and suddenly there's like a pile of them. It's like, okay, what exploded over there and went to pieces, and now that's what you're seeing. It's like exploded something or other laying there. This is 33 of that magazine. Picked random pictures. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a good photographer always knows look right in the sun. Oh, God. Johnny Tremaine, what's going on? 1776 says, hey, Chris, saying everyone. What's going on there, Johnny? Good to see you in there. Mr. McGurk says the same thing, the sad thing, rather, I'm sorry, is 99% of people accept these photos as legit. It's just, they are legit photos. Here's the problem. There's so much censoring in these things, and yet, like you said, people look at them and go, oh, yeah, that's a real deal. No, take a good look at these photos. Now, this looks pretty legit, pretty decent, right? Look around, you can see these things, and, you would think just nothing more than rocks. But then right over here towards the back, it's almost like completely void of anything. Now, don't get me wrong. The farther you go away from the camera, you're not going to have the detail, right? Just makes sense. But some of this, you can literally see, like, they'll put, like, a line right here in the back, and you can see where the line is where they drew over. But, again, you have to really get into these photos and analyze them. Yeah, let's go down to this one. Oh, yeah, that's legit. This is, believe it or not, let me see if it's the next one up. This is basically the one I'm going to show you guys. Check this out. What is this? How is this the moon's surface? Let Let me see. Let me go back a little bit. Maybe it goes back the other way. Yeah. This is basically the photo right here. Yep. Tell me, do you folks think that looks legit? Where's the detail? Other than these rocks here on the left. Okay, look at this. What is this? What's on this rock on the far left? Something's sticking out of it. Look at the shape of it, first of all, on the ground. Looks like a giant pair of cutting shears. And you can see something, it looks something, you know, not natural sticking out of this, whatever this rock is. But look at the shadow of it. Really? That's natural? Observe a natural evolution. What's going on? Good to see you in there. He said legit edits. Those are panoramic pictures, yes. I think they made them into a panoramic. Some of them are and some of them are not. So they might have just taken this with wide lens or whatever they did here. I'm not sure. But because it just seems like just a normal photo. But detail? But you can, I mean, what is so bright out there that it looks like that? Come on. The only reason why they brighten up an area like that is to get rid of detail they don't want you to see. Now, it might be something overwhelmingly visible through the camera, and the best way to do that is over-contrast it. Or just wash it out, depending on, you know, the photo itself. Ricardo said, of all the available moon images, you'll always see the same ones and videos regurgitated in the MSM, making us feel it's familiar when that's far from reality. Yeah, I mean, this is the photo. That is the next moon video. And when you look at that, there's crazy lines in this, folks. Crazy lines. Now, you won't be able to make out anything, obviously, with any kind of like, oh, wow, that's exactly what that is. I know what that is. But you'll see things in there, you go, okay, there's a reason why they washed this and, you know, basically censored it. There's an absolute good reason for it. Is that one? Mm-hmm. Oh, let's see. Nope. This one here. Okay. Like I said, we can just randomly go down here, just check any photo. Let's do this one. Again, you can see where there's a line. Here's a perfect example. Where do the wheel marks go? Whoop, they just vanish. They're gone. You can see them right here. And then it just disappears. Why? Because this is false in the back. You can see where the detail really is right here in the foreground. And then crap. Pete, you said after Apollo missions, NASA moved supplies to the moon. For example, extending the stays using the left moon cars for retrieval to bases. Yeah, I mean, I guess they could do that. Problem is the one that they had, I think it was, what the hell was it? Might have been the 11. Their moon buggy, one of the motors went bad on it. Because there's 4 electric motors, 1 per wheel, right? One of them went bad. They had a fender that went stupid, so they had to put a book on it. You guys remember that? They had like this book they put on and they taped it to the fender so to stop the dirt from like throwing up in the air. Yeah. I've done some of these photos and there's some of the crazy stuff that's in here. Again, you don't see any lines because they just completely wash it. Throw some grays over it, whatever they got to do. And you can just tell it looks really, really kind of fake. Mountains. But where do we see that? We see that a lot in a lot of these mountains on Mars where they perfected their their skills in order to hide stuff. Yeah, what is that? Yeah. Observe natural evolution, says the blur sand dunes of Luna. Oh, yeah, got to have that. Yeah, exactly, Rico. He said like the wheel tracks go into a wall. Max K said, what do you say? GE? He said whatever. Said they never went. We talking about Buzz now, or are we talking about? What are we talking about? Sorry. Okay. That's an O'Brien, maybe 2000. Check it out, guys. Like I said, I think they absolutely went, judging by these photos and some of the things I found in them. That's what makes me believe these are absolutely real. But here's the thing. What we saw on TV back in the day, 1969, when you go back to those and you watch them, it's like they were having a field day up there, like they were up for a vacation spot, as opposed to, oh, we're doing real work, legit work here. When you go here, you can see where they've hidden things, so that's what makes me believe this is legit. And some of the things I bring out, and you can find in these, oh my God, it's not something that was left on a stage and they went, oh shit, we forgot to take this out. It's not what they're doing. That's not what it is at all. You can see the stuff that they've actually taken out of there, and it's like structural, what looks like maybe spacecraft or some weird things. I don't know. Let me see if I can find that part of this one here. Oh, wow, this one's actually washed out a little bit. And I don't mean the actual middle of it, because of course it is. But there's another part that's, where did that go? Let me see. Wow, it's actually going out of this photo. I'll show you what I'm talking about if I can find it. Oh, is that one? Okay. Oh, it's not in there. Oh, this is what I'm talking about, how they mess with these photos. I've got this one from another source. It was an actual, it was on another page, and I've got it on there, and there's something sitting on the right-hand side of the screen. When you see it, you're going to go, oh, my God, they're covering stuff up. It almost looks like some kind of weird vehicle sitting there, and they just put like this gray over it, and it just has this weird look to it. You'd have to see it. And again, you guys will. Oh, funky as heck. Yeah, so you can just peruse through any of these, and I'll give you guys the link to this, too, so you can just look through all the photos. Let me see. I have to go back up. I have to get it back again. I hate it when that happens. Darn, man. Okay. Yeah, it's not even in this picture. That is freaky. This is the other one. This is the one that's to the side, and I don't see it. It's right here. If you guys can see that cursor moving, but it's right there. Which one are you talking about, Ricardo? The one I said we're going to be doing that in the future video? Let me see. This was going to be this one, I think. Yeah, this is the one that's more centered here. No, I can't do it. I forgot. I'm on an entirely different computer right now. I don't have this up here. It's not on this computer. I can tell you. I can give you the ID number to it. Let me see. If you guys want to write this down, it's AS16-110-17973 HR, and then positive, I'm not positive, I'll be all right, capital rather. HR rather. JPEG, and it's .jpeg. So, you can look it up, even just up to the HR. You don't have to put JPEG, because that's the whole, what do you call it? That's a whole link instead of the actual photo. You'll be able to find it online. But when you see when you see the other thing in here, and I'm not seeing it, that's what's really bizarre. I don't understand it. It should be right here, almost in the middle of this photo, right there. Something's parked there, and you can see it plain as day. This is what I'm saying. I believe they're going back into these photos and they're messing with them big time. Yeah, see, this is a lot different. And here's another thing. When you try to bring out the lines, you'll notice that anything that's white or has lines right here is literally going into this darker section right here. There's so much more in this photo. And like I said, people look over it and they go, oh, it's not the best photo, but oh, that's pretty cool. Next, rocks. That's it. They're not getting into these photos. And again, this is what they want. They want people to be dumbed down, not use their head, not analyze the photos. Just like I said, peruse over them, and that's it. Observe natural evolution. You said, when did they actually go to the moon? Well, that was back in 1960, late 60s to early 70s. Ricardo, you said, having read both books, Dark Moon by Piercy et al., I guess, and Richard Hoagland's Dark Mission, I say both happen. Kubrick movie missions and real missions, and I agree. Just based on what we're seeing here, and just based on the live, because you can look it up, the Apollo mission, recording, or the TV, when it showed the public, obviously when it's live on TV. Wow. Max K, you said criminal. I agree. Tommy Cockles, you said, personally, I think that the moonshots happened. I watched them all live on TV, but what was found in the pictures that were released have been edited so as we know only what we want. They only want to, basically they're saying, what we want you to see, we'll let you see. Other than that, you're bumming. Let's see. QG UFO, what's going on? I think you're kind of new here, aren't you? If you are, welcome aboard. He said, hey, Chris, I always do analysis on NASA photos. I discovered in hundreds of photos a lot of strange things. You're right about that. Jean Ward, what's going on? Finally seeing you in there. Always good to see you. Hey, hi, Chris and everybody. Just popping in to say hi. Sorry I can't stay longer. I'd love to hang out a bit and chat. I'll probably be uploading a new video tomorrow evening. Take care. There you go. So you guys will have something to watch by Jean as well. Like I said, I'll be popping one out probably. I could probably even make the thing and then edit it for tomorrow. It won't be a super long video anyway, but what you see in the photo is like, what? Pretty cool. So you guys will have some extra love from Jean and myself. And Inhabit Mars. He's in there too. He's going to be making one. White Bear Sky Daddy says Jean Ward is in the hizoo. Let's see. Yeah, I've got this philosophy and science book reader. Said there is another great book. Somebody else is on the moon. Like I said, I've got that one, I believe. I still got it over here. Probably won't find it, but I got it. Yeah, I got it somewhere. Where the hell is it? I can't find it now. Must have with the other books over there because I have some underneath the bench here. Let's see. Yeah, I was watching Ricardo's response to you, Mr. McGurk. He said, don't like Hoagland at all. Something fishy about him. Yeah, he seems very knowledgeable. because he was basically the liaison between NASA and the actual press, and the news, and everything else. And so I think he's gotten into a lot of stuff over the years where he's learned quite a bit. So I don't dismiss everything he says, although, he can be very, what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, he can be opinionated. If you try to introduce anything else, he says, oh, no. So, not a fan that way. Now, I've been on a show a couple of times with both Thomas, Mikey, Jensen, and Will from What's Up in the Sky, because when we just had that live hang, we were on there ourselves and showing at the time our best photos of anything to do with the Mars and anything else. And it went well, other than somebody trying to sabotage the server twice in a row, because we were on there for 2 days. And all of a sudden, everything just started going haywire. It just wasn't working right. It locked out the guy that was his server. It locked him out and everything else. When he couldn't get anything to work right, it was just Next day was still quirky. Still wasn't working right. Yeah. JB LaForte, what's going on? You said, salute, Chris of Florida. What's going on, man? Good to see you in there. Philosophy of Science, a book reader. He said maybe NASA thinks that there might be a social crisis if people find out that there is activity on the moon. Well, the thing is, it's like that's why they wrote the Brookings report. The Brookings, rather, not the bookings, but the Brookings. Because they're basically stating that. It's like, how would people react and they know there was life elsewhere? And basically, to me, it's like, how would people react if they knew that there was somebody much more powerful than our own government? Think about that. Makes sense. We would think, okay, our government's weak. Maybe we'd be more fair. Well, like, oh my God, what are we going to do now? Some people would react that way. I don't know. To me, it's just like, it was basically a study to see what would happen or how would people respond to that. And they just agreed that, people back then couldn't handle it. Maybe back, not in the 60s maybe, but notice how they came out with the Brookings right before the moon missions. So if they did find anything of any importance, they weren't going to talk about it. Hence the reason why the Apollo astronauts looked the way they did. Think about it. Yeah, John Ward, like I said, we'll have you on again. I know because, like I said, last time I invited you before, and but it was last minute, so it was nothing to do with you. It wasn't your fault. That was my bad on that. But he said, I noticed Chris had extended an invite, but got to that one a bit late. Oh, you're fine. Like I said, I have to get a hold of you if you want to be on, if you have time. Maybe next weekend we can do that. It's always good to have you on there, bud. Always glad to have you on there. QG UFO, he said, I'm from Brazil. My name is Alexandra Lima. UFO investigator more than 20 years. I also have a huge collection of photos from NASA with Discovery. Oh, awesome. Good to see somebody else is in there doing the same thing, like really getting into these photos, so on and so forth. But yeah, that's good to know. Now, you have your own channel, I would assume, right? Let's see. No, you do. Imagine that. So Brazil. So it's Brazilian. I can drop your channel. Of course, people can always use what do you call it? Closed caption. Okay. I'm going to drop that link right now. Let me see where to go. So I'm going to drop the link. It's from QG UFO. And you can check that channel out. Looks pretty cool. Let me do this. The power of technology. There it is. Let me see. Ricardo, you said, like I mentioned earlier, NASA are supposed to be decimate the data as widely as practicable and appropriate. That basically means they don't have to tell you squat if they think it will be damaging. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. It's just like, yeah, you're basically on a need-to-know basis. They don't have to tell you squat, like you said. And, like it's funny how, and it was NASA that wanted to come up with the Brookings. And I think there's a couple other people in also with NASA that actually decided this. And again, it's before the Apollo missions. Imagine that. So even if they found something on the moon, they're not going to tell you diddly. That's all there is to it. QG, no problem, man. Like I said, I'm glad there's other people out there doing this. So it just introduced me to more people and more channels. That's awesome. You said, Chris, I also see the photos taken in meteors that are interesting things there. Oh, yeah. Yep. 67p, things like that. Whitebeard Sky Daddy, I don't recall right off, but how many times has NASA been caught up lying? Oh, come on now. Whitebeard, you know that they don't lie. The CEO of NASA doesn't lie. Come on, what's wrong with you? They're just straight up people. Countless times. Gene Borsier, you said the answer to all our questions come from the Sumerian stories. At least, well, I mean, you can go back to the Indian Sanskrit as well, the Mahabharata, things like that. And like I said, they're the ones that talk about, great cities, having wars in the skies. And, and I've said this many a times where they have weapons that would fire and they were brighter than the sun, warring in the skies. And I'm almost positive they talked about wars, how they were on the moon and Mars as well. This is why they call Mars the god of war. But it makes you wonder, what did they know that we don't? Well, I shouldn't say we don't now, because we're looking at photos from Mars and we can see things all over the darn ground that may actually, validate that story or, other stories that come up with the same thing. Would not surprise me. Oops. Yeah, exactly. Gene, you said, yes, India, everybody's are similar. Very, very similar to where they're talking about wars and they're talking about, even they said the Anunnaki at one point was on the moon and Mars as well. It's like, why is it like this? Unless the stories got passed around, which is a very good possibility, of course, it's not like we could just, text each other, go, oh, by the way, here's a story for you. But stories will get around when people meet and stuff like that. But the stories are so similar that, at first you think they're complete BS, but then you go, wait a minute, we are seeing things on the moon. I've seen things on there that look dilapidated. There's stuff just scattered all over the joint. There was things, I did one photo where it showed one video rather of this photo where it shows the astronaut next to the moon buggy, and there's things all the way around him, like he's parked in the middle of all of this, and he's just looking his stuff over. Of course, he is at the actual rover, so he's just whatever he's doing. But there's stuff like literally near him. There's like a row of things there. Completely washed out photo. Could bring things out. And these things were, I wouldn't say they towered, but they were definitely bigger than the actual astronaut. Much bigger than the astronaut. But it wasn't like towers of stuff, but it was there. I'm surprised I got a voice left. QG UFO, you said, very good reviews of your channel, and I like your approach because I feel the same way about photos. This way NASA uses black and white as a form of a cover-up. Of course, because it's kind of like I said about Mars, right? Mars is always the same ground color, and it's not the actual color. It's not real color. You can do an auto color in Photoshop, and it'll correct that. A lot of times, I like to do it manually. In other words, you can go in there, you can actually set, these boundaries, and it corrects the color much better than automatic. And, so that's not the true color of Mars either. There was just some photos just recently that come out, and they were showing blue skies. I'm going, I'm so confused, but I'm not, because I know better. Like I said, when they first had the InSight lander land, and it was like the very first picture from that lander was blue skies, and the ground was actually like brownish, like you would normally see here on Earth. And like I said, I don't know how long it was, but it went, and everything was red, including the sky. So it was more of a whitish, but then everything else was red. I went, why would you change that? And funny enough, I think they had a filter on there too, because it had like a bunch of speckles all over the actual lens. I'm going, why would you put speckles on it unless that's a filter they were using to put over it in case when the first shot it took showed something that you shouldn't see. The speckles all over it, everything else was blurry in the background, so you couldn't make out what it was anyway. So I went, well, then how do they get all that off? Because they're saying that because it's descending, and of course the dust is swirling around, it got stuck on the lens. Well, how did you clear it off? So either they have a way to, like they got air injectors on this lens and just pushes the stuff off, or there was nothing more than a filter they used over it. So you thought, oh, well, it's legit. It's just, sand on there. But again, how did you get it off? It's like wet soil speckled all over it. I don't know. But the first photo showed a blue sky and brown regular color sand like you would see here on Earth, or like almost like a muddy dirt. It was like dark like that. It wasn't orange like it shows, like it normally see. But then, like I said, within seconds, and I don't mean 3 seconds, but it was like 20 seconds to a minute, whatever. They went, and all of a sudden it was red. Everything was red. Because even they were going, hey, look, there's blue sky, there's blue sky. There's people talking amongst themselves, and all of a sudden, boom, everything was like this reddish color. I went, imagine that. Rick, you said best true color photo is from the Mars sample return cam. Yes. There's several of them, and maybe the ones I'm talking about. They just recently come out. Dragon City demo. Good to see you, man. Say, hey, Chris, nice to see you. Oh, nice to see you, too. I'm glad you're in there. Rick, you said they didn't mod any of them. Well, that's what I'm saying. And it was literally, in fact, I might even have these. Hold on. Nope. This is the one that I'm going to be doing of Mars. He said the start of a new science campaign. NASA Perseverance recently collected a sample from rock deposits that the science team believe were carried downstream by the ancient river, which we read earlier. That means that the material may have come from an area well beyond Jezero Crater. Now, this is the one that's got a bunch of junk in the background, and this is the one I was telling you guys that it shows it drilling at the time, where the other one does not. The arm is gone, and of course you got the it's almost like they used a rat tool like they had on the Curiosity, the rock abrasion tool, and then they've got an actual drill here. It just doesn't make any sense. And these things are not very big. That's what's really crazy. So it makes me believe that a lot of this, that's not it. Okay, and right there, that some of the stuff isn't very big, or this background is actually fake, and there's stuff much taller than this. Like this so-called mound in the back. Notice halfway to the right of it, it's completely trashed out. Completely trashed. And then the right one's got some detail. No. No. Yeah, doesn't make much sense. Gene Borsier said 3 different races went after each other with a vengeance. They came from different planets fighting each other, and whatever of them were left, they ended up staying here on Earth. And that's a possibility. I've heard so many, different stories of that. Like, we could be basically a giant ant farm, and they're looking at us from the moon, see how we basically evolve. They're probably still looking to this day going, oh, my God, they still haven't gotten it. They still don't have a clue, do they? But regardless of that, we're getting back to the moon. It's like I don't know if anything's still on the moon. I do believe things, that we're going back and forth to the moon. This is the reason why you can see some channels will actually show something coming off and going onto the moon. Now, my question's always been, what if the things we're seeing on Mars or the moon are smaller than what we would make? That would make us the giants. Remember they talked about back in the day there was giants? Now, I'm not saying that's the case, but some of the things I've seen on Mars look very, very small. Some things were probably normal size, quote unquote. I'm not sure what normal would be on Mars, but the thing is, it seemed like some of the stuff was smaller and some looked like normal size or average size, something we would build. If they were smaller civilization, because it is a smaller planet, then we would be the giants compared to them. The moon is kind of almost the same thing. Some people claim there's large glass structures, like Hoagland was talking about before, towering into the sky. Then some things you see, they don't look very big at all. So either these things are parts of much larger things, and that could very well be the case, and that they were normal size. Now on Mars, if the gravity was lesser then, even the way it is now, because there's still gravity, but not as much as Earth, obviously. But if it was light back then, and there was life on that planet, they would have grown pretty tall. So I can't imagine that they would be short, but if it was a lot like Earth back in the day, then chances are, who knows, they could have been the same size as us, or roughly, right? Pure speculation, we don't know. Mr. McGurk, he said, Chris, I need to know, Space 1999, season 1 or 2? That's a tough one because, if you watch the first episode, which is Breakaway, I believe it was, I don't know, they're equally good. They were, said, by the way, the Eagle design is beautiful. Yeah, I wish I would have kept the toy. It'd be worth a ton of money right now. Because I had all of that. I had all the toys, the figurines, all that crap. Actually, I had two of them. There was one, it was a transporter, and the other one was it was like their warbird, if you will. Wish I would have kept it. But I loved it. I wish they'd still, be making something like that. Even a modern day Space 1999 would be pretty cool. You know what I mean? Even though it's a bite off the old one, but it would still be pretty cool. I'd love to see that. Remember Myra and all of them? How would you like to be like her? Just changing anything you want to. Really, really good stuff. Gerda Bayanis, you said the first contact? That planet. Not sure. What you getting at there on that? Don't know. QG, you said, Chris, don't you think that NASA's biggest problem is not going on a mission in the Cydonia region? Cydonia, for me, is the key to proof. It absolutely is. And I've said this before, that there's no surprise that if you, again, go to like Google and put missions to Mars up to date, and you see where these things were. The Cydonia region's in the northern area. It's next to what would have been an ocean or a sea. And so most of the structures would have been closer to the ocean or that body of water. What's funny about it is that's where there was two explosions that were seen back in 1941, somewhere roughly around there. And it was in the lower atmosphere of Mars where these explosions were. One was over the face of Cydonia, and the other one was in the Chaos region, just east and slightly south of that area. There was a smaller explosion and a larger one over the face, or at least the Cydonia region. Funny enough, all of the, like I said before, all of the landers and rovers, they're all right down the bottom. Now, they're stretched apart. They're in, miles apart. But they all seem to be south, east, and west of that area. Why would they do that? Think about that. So it makes you wonder, was it just, we're just throwing a dot at the map and just, we'll just see where we land. Or was it very well thought out? Well, I'll guarantee it was the latter. Kurt Urbana, she said, Cydonia, the sacred vestiges of ancient civilization. Yep. Remember they call that whole area the city, where it had pyramids and stuff? Let's see. MS305, you said your question was, are there any commercial telescopes that can see the surface of the moon to the degree that we can see any anomalies, rather, for ourselves, per se? Not really, unless you're going to like an observatory. And I'm not so sure that you can, well, I'm sure like some of the amateur ones, meaning the smaller ones, you can go and they'll look through it with an actual eyepiece, where a lot of them now are just going through computers. And I wouldn't want to see it that way. I'd want to see it with my naked eye, because now there's nothing in between that eyepiece and your eye. It's just, because you don't want to have a camera, because they can go, oh, yeah, you're looking at the real images of the moon right now, and it's not. So in other words, you can't see these things. The best ones I always looked at was the LRO photos. Again, it's only 75 miles off the surface of the moon. So you can literally check these things out and see some crazy things in these photos. And to me, that's the best way to do it. Some people have telescopes, and they can get pretty close, but then they get so close they're just seeing things that really are not there. Some of it's just wishful thinking. Now, some people do some decent work, and, it's pretty cool. Rico says, supper time, tuna mac and cheese. Man, sounds good. QG said, when the Viking missions photographed face, it was supposed to have landed in the Cydonia region. Badly changed her mind and even made Carl Sagan uncomfortable at the time. The Viking mission, I mean, you can see that they'd taken photos of that area, right? So I go by the original one, which unfortunately, I haven't been able to find a really large photo of that. Although you can blow it up, like 300 DPI or whatever. You can get it pretty decent. And there's some crazy things in that photo. You got to really know how to work that photo because it's very grainy. And you can bring stuff out, but it's tough. It really is. Galaxy is chaos. Thank you, Ricardo. And Cydonian regions are amazing. Absolutely. So, like you said, they were supposed to land in certain areas, and of course they didn't, QG. So, yeah. But those, I think they knew right off the bat when they seen the face of Cydonia. And remember, they both had the orbiters as well as the landers, and they knew right off the bat between the, satellite photos, the Viking lander, and the orbiters combined, they knew what was up there. They knew exactly what was going on, and this is the reason why they're there today. Hey, David, what's going on? You said, hey, what's going on, man? No, I totally I agree with you, Tommy. No, they wouldn't. Definitely not. You said if they went to Cydonia and made discoveries, do you really think we would be told? No chance. Totally agree. Oh, where does this thing just go? Oh, you guys are talking about Joe, yeah. He said Joe only uses the Joe 90 clip. Yeah, that goes way back, doesn't it? Pretty funky. Rick, you said the Curiosity Sol 107-109 collage in Gale Crater shows signs of a directional abrasion given the thinness of the atmosphere. That would have to be extremely old. It looks like explosive blast damage. Absolutely. And I think that's what I'm saying. They're just kind of scouring through ruins of an old civilization, an ancient civilization on there. It may not be super ancient either. Like I said, what if we had something to do with those explosions back in 1941? As crazy as that sounds, because, we never bomb any other country anyway. You would only, you can do the couple blast, in the atmosphere. It would definitely just rain down on everything. And if there was, civilians there or civilization, pretty much killed them off. And you could just, you can make a concoction of every germ we have here on Earth and throw it at them too, to boot, and just kill them all that way. And then just say, well, because you could just look at them and go, okay, you can just see they have no way to protect themselves. We'll just take it. We'll just go ahead and finish them off. Now, as wrong as that sounds, and as, like I said, I'm just, speculating, of course, highly speculating. But is it a possibility? I don't know. I really don't know. Wild Mountain Bear, what's going on? Good to see you in there. Sorry, I'm 4 hours late. Don't have satellites around Mars and the Moon. Seems to me if they did, they would have great details revealed. Well, yeah, they do. It's funny because they'll show, like, from the MRO, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, and they got the high-rise camera, which has basically a, let me see. I'm trying to remember if they had called it that. It's a very big lens anyway. It's a camera, like I said, if you got into a fetal position, you could probably fit in it. That's how big that camera is. And it's funny because they'll show, like, well, they claim, let me just step back. They claim that they can see a 4-foot swath on the ground with, how do they put it? How do they word this thing? With exceptional, or something along them lines. They use that with exceptional detail, and yet you never see it. Now, we have seen some photos of the Curiosity rover. It looks like a speck on the ground. Wait a minute. You said you can go down to the 4-foot swath of this area. So basically, this is about 4.5, 5 feet, my bench. You should be able to see this with crystal clear. I said, oh, that's what it was. Unprecedented detail was their exact words. Okay, 4 foot. The rover's bigger than that. Then you should be able to go right down to that rover and see it perfectly. But here's the problem. You would also see everything that surrounded that rover or where the rover was sitting. So that thing could be sitting in the middle of structures. We don't want you to see that. So, I've never seen a photo yet that shows a 4-foot swath on the ground on Mars. Haven't seen it. I've been small all this time, just chilling. So this is what I'm getting at. They say that these things are, they're capable of this, that, and the other, and yet you never see it. It's crazy. Megs K, thank you very much for your support. Give her a round of applause, everyone. Much appreciated. I do thank you. That's awesome. Always a support of the channel, whether it's, just saying, well, great job, or, anything monetary, whatever. I do appreciate all you folks who are doing that. Definitely helps the channel. So again, thanks, Mags. Much appreciated. Rick, you said the explosion in Gale Crater looks to be low-angle damage. It might have been non-nuclear. It scoured the stone from all the same direction. Well, that's what I'm saying. It depends on how you look at it, too. Was there a war, actually, meaning on foot kind of war? Possibility. But it's like almost like if you had these massive explosions on the ground, but you have to think of it this way. If you were the one doing it, you don't want everything blasted apart, meaning structures, whatever's there. If you did it midair, low orbit or whatever, then it'd be enough nuclear to go around into the atmosphere and probably kill everything on the planet. Now, there's two of them, not just one, two of them, to just spray over everything and kill every living thing on the planet. Now, if it was low blast, then clearly they were having war on the ground. But if I was to want to take out the inhabitants without killing or wrecking everything and turning everything into ruins, I'd probably do something in the air and not on the ground. But like I said, I mean, ancient text talks about how there's wars on Mars and the moon. So, right? Man. Mars Unleashed for you. Hey, all right. I was just watching what you put there, Ricardo. Mars Unleashed for you. It says there's a huge Martian city near the South Pole for which I have coordinates and clear images of the buildings and roads. No, I'm not BSing. Oh, okay, cool. Let me see here. Let's see here. Now, okay, you don't have any content yet, so do you plan on doing that, or because I was just checking to see if you had a channel, if you had any videos, because I would have just go ahead and dropped it down so people can have that, your channel as well, have something else to view. And now, is this something you'll be sharing, or is it content you plan on making? Mars Unleashed. Okay, you said I've tried sharing them to other Mars sites and they don't even respond to me. If you go to, you can send it to my email, which is marsanomalies@aol.com. Just make sure you put in the subject, just put Mars Unleashed for you, because I get so much of this stuff, and some of it's just like a spam thing too, even though I got my filter high on that. But regardless, and then I'll check it out. But if you do have some of this information, it'd be cool to actually see you start making videos. That would be all right. You know what I mean? And then, you start getting into these videos of, tell my subs about it, and they'll have another channel to watch and see some other good content. You know what I mean? Oh, you did send it. Okay. Maybe it's because it wasn't in the subject. So my bad on that. How long ago did you send it? And keep in mind, I don't look at mine all the time. I'll be honest with you. I'm just going to be up front. I don't look at that all the time. I don't really have the time to do a whole lot to begin with. So if I've totally went over it and didn't see it, then, again, that's my fault. But yeah, you can send it again. Be happy to check it out. Thomas Stone, you said we had satellites since the 70s can read the license plate from orbit, but we can't get a clear image of the moon and Mars. Exactly. That's a fact. It's sad, actually, but, that goes. Put this back up. QG, you said, do you have a Telegram, Chris? Now, the best way to get a hold of me, like I said, is that email address. And because, it's universal. I've had it for I don't know how long, clearly, because I'm still using AOL. But the thing is, it's just easy for people to remember. That's all. Okay, yeah, you said this. Oh, you sent it to Jimmy Roberts, Art Alien, and got no response. Okay. And John Ward. You said he sent it a long time. Okay, so that's probably why I don't remember it, to be truthful. Yeah, send it again. Like I said, it's at marsanomalies@aol.com, and I'll check it out. In the meantime, I want to check out now so I can get something to eat. You know what I mean? But all right, folks, I'm going to call it a day. Man, I can't believe it's what? Almost 4.5 hours? Mercy. But I'm glad everybody was here. I noticed some newcomers here, which is awesome. I'm glad you were here. Glad you could make some of it, because some of you people said, it's been, the first time I'm getting see the live show. And if nobody's gave me the thumbs up, please do so. We're at 174. How high can we get this? Let's knock this baby up as far as we can go. And then after, if you want to drop, once this video becomes, once they finalize it and everything else, get back on there, you can always just put on there, hey, great show, loved it, whatever, leave some comments down there. It actually helps the algorithm to get these videos out, because so it's like a part you guys can do to help the channel out as well. It's hard to actually do. It's weird because it's kind of hard to like do it yourself, But if everybody's like in on it, like, oh yeah, they put it down there. Next thing you know, it helps the algorithm and it helps to get these videos out. I don't know if it's something that if they go, well, there's no comments, there's no interaction, so we ain't going to do it. It's just like, what? It's hard to tell. Algorithms with YouTube are crazy. But anyway, I've seen a lot of new faces here. So welcome aboard. I appreciate you. I appreciate all the support. I don't care what kind of support it is. It's still, I do appreciate it. And like I said, if it's like you guys are giving some kind of monetary thing, it helps the channel out, keeps up the equipment so we can keep doing this. If it wasn't for you folks, I wouldn't have the newer mic and the little mixing board. It's not very big. It's just a small thing with, different things. So I can, if I get other people on here, it makes it easier to, get their audio up here as well. So it all helps. So much appreciated. And, like I said, just the support alone is overwhelming. I love it. That's why I like getting on these when I can. Now, it's not, like I said, just look out within a day or two prior to the weekend. And I'm going to tell you folks that we'll have it. Usually it's on a Friday or a Saturday. If it's on the Sunday, it'll be the day or two before. Because I don't know from one day to the other if I'm going to be busy that day. And I'm like, I hate to promise you folks something and then not be there. So at least, when you see it, you go, oh, okay, he's going to be on. And the other thing is, too, is like, you can always check back every day. If you're not being notified of any videos, just check back once a day. Just go, let me just check if he's got anything. Oh, nothing new today. Okay, I'll check tomorrow. And, like I said, I'm not doing them every day, but I am trying to knock these things out if I can, because I was doing a few. We did a live hangout, and then all of a sudden, I was busy, and then, of course, there's a little lull in it. But like I said, I'm going to try to get this other video out tomorrow if I can. Very latest will be Tuesday. So, just look out for that. It'll be a moon, and then there's going to be a Mars one. Actually, I think there's 2 Mars. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, too. Well, you guys can. I'll already have it. Okay. Let's go back down on this. Well, thank you, Renee. You said, Renee V. You said, Chris, cool, nice hangout. You're awesome. You are awesome. I appreciate that. Let's see. Yes, as Ricardo's saying, join the Discord server and share material. Oh, yeah. Whitebeard Sky Daddy said, off till the 12th, at least, Chris. Looking forward. All right. Sounds good. Good to have everybody in there, as always. What are you talking about for the Discord? I can always put that underneath the description once this thing goes. Once they finalize the video, I'll put it up there. Put the Discord on there. Anybody can join it. And there's a lot of cool stuff on there for everybody to see and interact and everything else. Keeps people busy when we're not doing the weekend thing, too. So, I invite everybody to go on there. It's actually pretty cool. Like I said, I'll leave the link after the video. It gets done and everything else. So, sometimes it takes a bit of time because it is 4.5 hour live stream. So, yeah. Yep. Unfortunately, it is closing time, as Rico says. So I'm going to let everybody go. Much love to everybody out there, and I mean that. Like I said, it's just a great bunch of people and growing more and more, and I appreciate that. It's nice to have a lot of people in there, and everybody's talking amongst themselves. You don't see anybody getting out of control and getting stupid in here. Just a lot of like-minded people in here. You're not likely going to be like that. If you're like-minded, you're like, oh, yeah, this is awesome, man. I love being here. Because I do that on other live feeds as well. Get on there, jump in there, just listen in, even if I don't comment. Just go in there and listen in and, maybe you'll learn something. I mean, it's hard to tell, right? But anyway, I'm going to let all you fine folks go. If it's not the next day for you, everybody have a good Monday and a good week coming up. It's supposed to be a little bit warmer here, so I'm going to be enjoying that. It'd be nice to get rid of pants and get back into shorts. What do you guys think? So, yeah. Let me see. Okay. I was just going to say, what is that? But anyway, like I said, folks, good having everybody here. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the comments, the interaction. It's always cool to be on this, and that's pretty much all I can say, man. Top-notch people. Anyway, I'll let you folks go. Well, what time is it? 6. We'll let it run till about, once I sign off, I'll still let it go for another 10 minutes. So it'll be like 6:40 my time, Eastern time. So another 10 minutes from now, when then we'll shut down the stream. So everybody, have yourself a good week coming up. Be safe. Be careful. Much love to all of you. Peace. Bye, bye, bye. See ya. That's one heavy mic I just dropped, and I'm back out. Peace, everyone. Talk to you later. We are now shutting down the stream. Thank you for joining us on the Mars Anomalies and Beyond podcast.